Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. President Trump in China, or is it really President Trump, or one of his doubles? I think maybe a double, but who knows? All right, so let's look at some of the videos. I think that we're gonna see a lot out of this one. It's going to be one of those things that we're going to look back on probably and say that trip was made this, and this happen. So it's interesting that we're right on the verge of kicking off again the Iranian war, and President Trump is visiting China. I wonder if when he showed up, he said, China. Marco Rubio also went with him, and Marco Rubio is under sanctions from the Chinese government because he talked about how they use slave labor. And communism is not good. And so they didn't like that. And so they put sanctions on him, but they changed his name in the itinerary, and that allowed him to come. So many things can happen just with a little sleight of hand, right? So very, very interesting. We have new Fed chief Warsh. I think he's probably going to drop the interest rates, right? And, that's going to make the market take off even more, because they love that crack money. And so once they get crack money, it's really going to take off. It's already hitting all-time highs. The S&P, NASDAQ, the Dow is a little bit of a laggard, but everything's popping. Remember 2 weeks ago, I had Dr. Kirk Elliott. Captain Kirk came on, and we both said, you better get on the silver now because it's about ready to take off again. And sure enough, silver has taken off again, and silver is going to reach all-time high very soon, and it will be stupendous for all of us that have been acquiring silver over the last several years. And that's, you're going to be able to do amazing things with that silver. I think it will be 250. I predicted all the numbers for a long time because I've been watching it. And when you watch something, you kind of get the frequency of it. So I get the frequency of silver, and silver, hit my. I said the first month of January, the new year, probably hit around 120. It hit 122, pulled back, which silver does. That's the way silver works. And a lot of people are like, well, pull back because of war. Well, it pulled back before the war. And so it just does that. It pulls back. A lot of people said, well, that's the all-time high. And no. We're far, far from the all-time high. We will see $1,000 or more in silver before this bull market in silver, which is usually a 10-year market. Can you hold it for that long? My daughter is getting into silver. So it's a good investment if you're a long-term holder. So I've been a long-term hodler. If you're like crypto person, hodler. Right? So I've been hodling silver for 4 years now, almost five years. So just stacking it. And now it's pretty impressive. So imagine, if you will, that you have 1,000 ounces of silver and it goes to $1,000. That's $1 million, right? So would you be willing to wait into 2030-ish, 2032? Probably is when I see probably it will really rock, 1,000. In the meantime, it's going to like pop 250-ish, I think, on the next run. Probably a little bit of a pullback, but it's going to catch people off guard because they'll be like, oh, it's going to pull back. I'm going to sell, and I'm going to reap the profits, and I'm going to wait for it to like go way down like it did. And then I'm going to jump on it. I don't think it's going to do that this next time. So, and I don't know why. Circumstances will be what circumstances are. And then probably 500 by the end of the year. And I'm not the only one that says that. A lot of people have been saying that. And eventually, I think probably the end of the year is where you might want to take, a percentage profit once it hits around 500 or so. And who knows, maybe it won't. So, I'm just a dude I'm just a dude who's been, doing silver since I was, 12-year-old boy. And so I've seen the ups and downs of silver, and I've done really well, right? So I hope that you guys are doing really well with your silver. It's a very, very exciting time. We will continue, I believe, to see the stock market go up, and then it's going to go down, 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 right? Way down. And housing is going to go way down. In some places more than others, of course. But the stock market, and not all stocks will go down 80%, but the stock market overall 80% from its high. I've been predicting that for years. So, it's kind of like letting everybody get more silver. Right? So that's the way I see it. So if you're benefiting from stock market moving upwards, and you haven't, dollar cost averaged into silver yet, or you're still waiting, you think you're going to be able to time the market, most 99.9% of people never are timing the market correctly, right? Occasionally you get lucky, and then you think you're good, and then you think, okay, I can time it, and that doesn't work out. Percentage wise, have some silver at this point in your portfolio, hopefully at least 25%. I would recommend on this next surge to start to cascade it into 50%. Because if you look at, the gains in silver, it's been outpacing all the markets massively, guys. It's been doubling, tripling, quadrupling, and it's about to do that some more again. And so the stock market's not going to double, quadruple, right? And 10x. So we're looking at silver more than 10xing from here long-term out, right? So stock market is going to go way down, way down. And of course, some stocks will get slaughtered and they will disappear. So if you're in some stocks, you're going to get seriously slaughtered. At this point, that's ideal. Should have been adding to it over this pullback. Came back to 60, so half, got a 50% pullback, and we're going to go from that. We're going to like double, triple, very, very quickly. And that's when it happens, then everybody's going to jump in. Dr. Kirk Elliott and I are like, we jump up and down, buy it at the low point. That's the way this works. You buy low, you sell high. But a lot of people buy high and end up losing when they sell low. All right, don't do that. Right? You should hold your silver, and if something comes up like the last massive silver and gold run, that's when things came up for me. All right, that being the deep state and the CIA that was like, okay, we can't control them, so let's destroy them. Right. So that happened to me, and that wasn't fun. So I guess they didn't know that I've been stacking silver and gold, so it helped me survive what should have been a complete destruction. Right. So. I've heard from people that said, I had to sell some, but it really made a difference for me, and that's great. I hope that most of you can hold it and determine when you want to pull your profit or some of your profits. Ideally, like I said, 25% of your profits, and pay off everything, pay off your cars, pay off your house, everything. So, and then and maybe buy a new house too, so in cash. But you're not going to do that if you're like panicking with all the other crazy people and listening to the crowd, because the crowd is going to pull you in the wrong direction. So hopefully I've steered you guys in the right direction. I'm in and out of stuff, so I know it's kind of hard to follow some of the stuff that I do. I do really well, but I can't tell you. I don't have a service where, and you're paying me for it, that I tell you, okay, I'm pulling profits on this right now, right? So it has to be all up to you. So easily you can just invest in silver and hold it, and you can hold it long term. Like I said, dollar cost average in, which means basically you're adding to it every month, $100 or whatever you can afford. More is better. So if you're a millionaire or you're a billionaire or a trillionaire, I'm going to get $1 billion more silver this month. I'm like, wow, I wish I could do that. Because if you had bought it on this downtrend, you're going to make many billions more, right? Now, if you're a millionaire, you're going to make many millions more. If you're a thousandaire, you're going to make many thousands more. So whatever you're at, hopefully you're able to add to your silver portfolio. And Dr. Kirk Elliott and I will probably have another session on Friday, like we normally do. I believe it's at 2:00 when we normally get together. 12, I think it's 12, and 12:00. So it used to be a different time frame when I was on the East Coast, and so now I have to adjust. So I think it's 12:00. So we used to get together at 3:00 when I was in Florida, and so it's 12:00. So 12:00 Pacific time, Eastern time, 3:00 still, right? So that's one of the things that's very valuable by being very, very calm in a chaotic situation. In chaos, that's when your opportunities exist, right? So we're moving into very chaotic time, probably over the next 6 to 9 months. I did a show with Nino. We're pretty much in the same ballpark thinking as far as that's concerned. We'll see what Juan says. Juan, hopefully we'll have him on tomorrow. We're trying to coordinate. He's a moving guy. He's like President Trump. He moves a lot. So, and of course, Juan he's got the ear of the president. So they communicate. Then don't tell him I said that. He said it before, so I should say it. But I'm a top secret and above guy, and so some of the stuff Juan talks about is like, that was way above top secret. How do you know that? That's crazy. So it's a very interesting time. Like I said, chaos is coming, right? Chaos is on the horizon. Many of you will fare well. If you've been watching, you know how to act. You know how to like stay calm, cool, collected, and think through difficult situations and stay in the love vibration, right? Because in the love vibration, basically, you're activating your God connection. So your God connection is basically your intuition and things that are going to get you through different problem areas, right? And now we're kind of moving into probably another situation like that. And it'll behoove you to stay calm and stay healthy. I've promoted a lot of different products over the years. There's Root Wellness, that one of the first ones that was Sasha Stone, and I talked to him, and I was at a what was that? That was it. That was at an event in the West Coast, and I want to say her name. Her name is Sue. She's a fashion. She made dresses for Chinese woman. Very, very amazing woman. Sue, I think, I can't remember his last name. But anyway, I met her, and I was invited to her party. It was a New Year's Eve party. I spoke at it. And there was it was so funny because there were like all these Hollywood types and movie directors and all that stuff. And they got with me later, and they're like, they're all around me. They're like, we want you to teach us how to shoot. I was like, what? I was like, yeah, we're not going to put up with this bullshit here much longer. And I was like, okay, just stay cool. Everything's going to be fine. And and they're like, can you get Scott McKay to come too? And I was like, yeah, we might work something out. But it was funny. So lots of Sue Wong. Yeah. Thank you, Stacy. Sue Wong. Tara. Yeah. Sue Wong. Look her up. She's like amazing, amazing woman. She left with her, I think her mother or I think her grandmother from China. They're eating rats to stay alive. And they came to America, and she became extremely famous, designing gowns and so forth for the top Hollywood elite and so forth. Did really well for herself and is very successful. So anyway, Root Wellness, I started promoting that early on, and then I got into LifeWave. I still use Root Wellness, almost everything in Root Wellness. They're all the stuff is good, and I know a lot of you guys still do too as well. Could be a good time to get back on Root Wellness if you're off Root Wellness, all right? And LifeWave. So LifeWave is probably one of the best things that I've seen. If I could say choose one, it would be LifeWave. And the water machine that's just come out, it's probably going to make a huge difference in our health and wellness going forward. So we'll see, how far they get with this next round, because we're a lot more savvy, we're a lot more informed. They haven't shut us down yet, so we can still keep each other, move in the right direction. But this seems like they pulled back a little bit. This is normal in these psychological operations. I know because I've been part of them in the CIA and watched them. So they come in, they dump information, get everybody excited, and then they pull back, and then everybody's wondering, and there's like wondering, and they want it, and then there's another dump that's even more extreme, right? And then things get a little crazy, right? So we could be seeing that, going forward. So just like I said, maintain your cool. We'll get through this just like we did the last one. If it even happens, who knows? Maybe it gets stopped out. Maybe the White Hats have more control than I believe, and I don't think so, because if they really had a lot of control, then we would see a lot of arrest. Because a lot of those people that did, they should have been arrested, tried, and they should be gone. A lot of them. Now the numbers are so fantastic. Maybe I don't know. I'm a guy that basically likes to set up ambushes. Right? This is a special forces guy. I like to set up ambush. That's what we did. We would set up ambush, hit the enemy from behind the lines, and all kind of crazy stuff. I think we're kind of seeing some of that right now. We could have destroyed Iran in like a week or two, but we didn't. And there's some kind of strategy that's going on there. So just think bigger picture. Everything that's happening in the Trump administration right now is to destroy the deep state, right? So when you see something happening and it doesn't quite make sense, or you think this should have happened and I think that should have happened, and neither one of us gets satisfied, we get all grumbly, and then something happens that makes sense. It's like, I see why they didn't do that then, So I don't know. We're going to see probably a lot of this stuff, going forward. People getting taken down. That is absolutely going to happen, right? I think a lot of these people have already met their maker, and or in some kind of facility where they're going to be there for a long time, if not for the rest of their lives. So we will see that get revealed at some point, but at this point, that is not the case. So why is President Trump in China? What's going on there? So again, thinking deep state, he would go there to basically try and set some stuff up that basically bypasses the deep state. Because like Juan has said, China is basically a puppet of the British Empire, right? The City of London. And I think that if we're going to take them down, we have to take away the money. So that could be what Trump is doing. So let's kind of look at what's going on with that. And I think we're going to get a bigger picture. Why did President Trump go there right now when we're almost ready to kick the Iran war off again? So here he is. coming off Air Force One, and he's got quite the entourage, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. But here he comes down the ramp, and they're going to come forward. So that was fun, right? So we had all the Chinese there, and they're celebrating him coming in. And so what's he doing there? He's got, like I said, he's got quite the entourage. Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, right? And we're about to go to war with Iran, and we don't want to go to war with China. No, we don't want to go to war with China because China's got nukes. We got nukes. That's not going to be good if we do that. So they're trying to, say, hey, we're going to do trade with you, and there's no reason to go to war. If you're making a lot of money, you guys are going to be rich, and you don't have to come and, blow people up and get their stuff. So that's the way it's been done here with the deep state for a long time. We're trying to turn all that around. So I think that's some of the stuff that's going on there. He's tried to do that with Iran. Of course, they're completely corrupt, so it's not going to happen. All right, so who's joining him in Beijing? First Lady is not there. Elon Musk. So why would Elon Musk come along? I wonder if what does he call his little boy X? Boy X. I wonder if he showed up. Probably not, because he'd be running around doing crazy stuff. But that was fun watching X run around, or whatever his name is, whatever they call him. Maybe they just call him X in front of everybody, and they have another nice name for him in the background. Who knows? But you're seeing Jensen Huang, who is, that is huge. That's what's that one? Should say it in here. I can't remember the name of it, but it's one of those big tech companies that is doing the AI stuff. So evidently they're coming in and trying to work some AI stuff, and I think that's going to be very interesting. Rubio is there, like I said. Even after China changes, this is how they got him in there. After China changed its name's transliteration, so he's under sanctions from China, but they changed his name a little bit, so it's okay. Right. So Rubio, a Cuban American who vociferously opposes communism, was the key, and of course in Cuba as well. So I guess the Cubans want him to be their next president. So they did a vote, and they're like, okay, you can be our next president. And he's like, no, I got a lot of stuff going on. And he does. He's got I think he's got 3 or 4 different hats on right now. And somebody goes out of office, and Trump is like, okay, you take their position too, right? Along with all the other ones. He's being groomed. I think, for being the next president. And I hope at this point, I hope he makes it. He's doing a really good job. I always kind of thought he was a good guy. When he was running for office against President Trump, of course, President Trump trashes everybody, but obviously they get along good now. All right. So he's also been outspoken against Beijing's clampdown on the Muslim Uyghurs and the forced labor. And of course, they're doing organ harvesting from them as well. So not good. And I had somebody on my show many, many years ago that talked about that. And I don't know what happened to him. He kind of disappeared. Right. So he was in, where was he? I think he was in Thailand? No, he's in Vietnam, of all places. So he was in Vietnam, and he was working with the UN to promo, trying to stop the Chinese from, enslaving the Uyghurs and organ harvesting them. And so he came on my show. He was talking about it. He was big time, but he completely disappeared. Haven't heard from or seen anything about him for several years now. So maybe they took him out. I don't know. I have to do a little research and see if he's still out there somewhere. If he is, I'll bring him back, and we'll we'll see what he's up to these days. China had already appeared to find a diplomatic workaround after Trump named Rubio his Secretary of State. So now there's talk of making Venezuela the 51st state. So what is going to be, Alberta or Venezuela? Who's going to get it first? Right? So I think that we'll see all the Americas working together as one. That would be Canada as well. We'll see probably Greenland as part of our sphere of influence. And that's so Russia and China can't play games, right? So we'll have the the bead on them. We got everything. We surround you. You thought you're gonna shoot some missiles over Greenland at us, and now we're gonna be in Greenland. So the military, if you ask the Greenlanders, a lot of Greenlanders want to become part of the United States. They want to become the 51st state. So it's like it's a run. It's a some kind of Olympic event, and who's going to win? It's going to be Greenland. It's going to be Alberta. It's going to be Venezuela. It's going to be Cuba. All right. So it's on. It's very exciting. I think all of them at some point will be part of the United States, and that doesn't mean they're necessarily a state, but we'll have some kind of, not necessarily jurisdiction, but trade agreements, kind of like what they're probably trying to do with China right now, and just make everything look, we can just trade. You can be rich, we can be rich, our people can be happy, and we don't have to blow each other up, and we can do away with all these nuclear missiles. How about that? And so that's kind of probably the way they're trying to work it. And yeah, we took out your little Muppet in Iran, so you don't have that anymore, and you're not going to trade, and you're not going to control the the oil moving through one of the most strategic areas of the world. It's not going to happen. So let's just do trade. How about it? Now, I went to Hong Kong long ago as a Navy SEAL, and it was fantastic. Wow, what a shopping! It's if you like to shop, and I'm not much on shopping, but I really like shopping in Hong Kong. You can buy everything. It was amazing, and for cheap. I got so much stuff in Hong Kong. So, of course, the Brits gave it back, or did they? And the Brits, of course, still control China, but I don't think for long. If we do get some kind of trade agreement, here it is, Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA. So that's what I was thinking of. So NVIDIA, super tech company, AI, booming right now. Why would they take that guy to China? So they're trying to work some deals. Of course, Trump, art of the deal, or whoever that is that's posing as Trump. If I was Trump, I wouldn't go there. That might double go there. Might seize me, or who knows what could happen. So lots of his jets have had issues, and they've had to turn around and land real quick. He's had all these people trying to assassinate him. I'm pretty sure they got stopped out before they get close to doing that, but it's still out there. So is he really jumping on a plane and going to China? I don't know. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. So they also have Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon, U.S. multinational investment company BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. Wow. Cisco Systems CEO Chuck Robbins. Meta is like a super company now. I think their stock is worth $10 billion a share. It's some close to that, but no, it's not quite that much. But it is I remember seeing it when it was a couple hundred, 150, whatever it was. I think I saw it today. It was $7.99 or something crazy. I could be mistaken. It could be another one I was looking at, but it's definitely a lot higher than it was. And so anyway, Vice Chairman Dina Powell McCormick, who is also Trump's former Deputy National Security Advisor for Strategy. Wow. So, this entanglement of super high tech, big tech, and the Trump administration is big, right? And I think that, that's going to get worked, and it's for all of our benefit. Ortberg of Boeing, writing on his True Social account ahead of the trip, Trump said he would urge Z to open up the Chinese market so that these brilliant people can work their magic, right? And of course, the Chinese like magic, right? They got dragons and all kind of stuff. So, I think it's a good move. And like I said, I think we'll look back on this and say that this was a monumental thing that he did, that President Trump and team did. Says, I will make that my very first request, he wrote, after saying, China, China. And of course, that might not endear him to them, but who knows? Maybe they'll get the joke. And if not, then, well, go back to the way things were, which I don't think is going to happen. Magic is pharmakia, or is it pharmakia's magic? They're both, right? And one of the other. So we'll see, the way things work going forward. China, speaking of pharmakia, China has a lot of the pharmakia because they shipped everything there. China makes it all. And they shipped a lot of the companies to China. So a lot of those companies are coming back to America. They have to, because America will collapse without a good, solid industrial base. And of course, high tech, we're rocking the high tech. And of course, China's rocking the high tech too. So it have to be China's in Ukraine, Robert. So what wouldn't surprise me, Disney's in China, aren't they? So they should have had somebody from Disney there, because I've heard from backstory that Disney's laying off a lot of people. All right. So we just had 2, I guess, quarters or months or whatever of probably months of very high job performance. So like the job numbers are up for this last month, and the month for that they revised them up. So people are finding the work, and it's all United States people. It's not illegal immigrants, because when Biden was in office, it was mostly illegal immigrants, and hardly anybody in the United States got jobs. Now that's flip-flopped, and that's making a big impact. It will be very, very important going forward. China is a small town in Ukraine where the lab is. Where the lab or the labs. They had a lot of bio labs in Ukraine. Disney. It's pretty funny. I was watching Nino's show a little bit this morning before I headed out to the gym, and somebody said something quite rude to him, like he was like Trump was giving him a lot of his manhood. So, and Nino laughed at. I was like, I'd have deleted that shit right away. But Nino just laughed. I'll just leave it there. It helps the algorithm. I'm like, well, the algorithm's already hooked up because he made the comment, so get rid of him. But he's a funny guy. So Netanyahu had a secret UAE visit during the Iran war confirmed. So covert wartime meeting. Netanyahu met UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed in March during the Iran war, and talks described as a historic breakthrough. Now, the UAE is, when you look at the Abrahamic Accord, where there's going to be traffic and so forth, these new trade routes, they're supposed to go through UAE. They come across and go right up through UAE, because that's very smart. And I've been to UAE. It's a very, very cool country. And I didn't have any problems there. Yeah, some people don't like Bibi, but I think he's being used, and he's performing really well for the United States. He's destroying Hamas, which was Iran backed, and soon we're probably going to see an an intensified destruction of Hezbollah in Beirut. Yes, I've been in Beirut too. And Beirut was absolutely, when I visited there 10 years ago, absolutely beautiful city. And the Hezbollah Muslims were destroying that entire country, right? So, and that's what they do. They come in and just destroy everything. And they'll do, and if they get their way, they'll do the same thing in America. And they've already started in a lot of cities in America. And I think that because they have really started to expand massively in the great Republic of Texas, which is maybe not going to be a republic anymore, it's going to be a Muslim country. Texans. Now Texans are trying to gather and push back on that. And I've had people on my show that have talked about that, saying if they become governor, the first thing they're going to do is arrest the current governor. Right? So we'll just leave names out right now, so I don't want to get in trouble. So it's kind of like one of those things where you know that there's people that are, saying that they're good, and they're not. You find out later they're not. That's needs to be remedied. Right? That needs to be fixed. And once those things start getting fixed, those people like Tucker Carlson and all those people that we thought were good people, and now we're finding out they're, like I've said, and I don't like to say it too much because people get all butthurt about it and blame it on me. But we're finding out that these people are baddies. They were put in those positions. We accepted them. We rewarded them for being there, and now they're proving to be quite bad. All right, they got their marching orders. You'll infiltrate, and then when we tell you you're going to try and destroy President Trump and MAGA, right? So it doesn't work out so well because we're so well informed, and we work so well together now. Before we didn't have that, but now we do. So it's working out quite well. So Tucker is probably going to go into, I don't know, no one's going to watch him anymore, right? So and some of these other influencers out there that are like really saying bad things. If you look at some of the things that Tucker's been saying, he'll say something, and then he'll go on somebody else's show, and they'll ask him about it. He's like, I never said that. And then you see where after he says that, they'll pull it up, and it's like he's actually totally said that. And so we have Tucker on a lot of that stuff. So Tucker is a bad boy, and he's going to go bye-bye, right? And how does he go bye-bye? We don't support him anymore. We don't listen to him or watch him or talk about him, other than to say that we're not going to talk about him anymore. So he just disappears, and that's the way a lot of those influencers are going away now. Alex Jones and so many others. I think that not so many, but a few others that have been talking smack, and they're going to go away. Now, I think a lot of people still believe that Israel is like yanking our chain. That is not happening. It's not happening. But some people have jumped into the belief of that. So yeah, Derek Johnson said the same thing. Yeah, he's a bad boy. He goes bye-bye. Absolutely. And that can't happen soon enough now. And the longer Candace Owens also wants the money. Yes, you're right. So all these people basically they're in it for the money, and that's pretty much what we're finding out. They came in, they got their chains yanked, and Megyn Kelly is another one. Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly was on Fox, and remember when they did the debate, and Megyn Kelly just really came after Trump. Trump came after her after that, right? So she was, I guess, asked to leave Fox. So I don't know if the events with Trump, they had anything to do there because he became president, and maybe Fox was like, yeah, we better send her on her way, and so she went over to CNN, and then CNN used her as long as they could, and Megyn left CNN, and now she's flipped. So I think once she's basically ostracized by us and no one watches her anymore and her show goes bye-bye, just like she's been doing for all these other companies, she's probably going to be walking the streets of LA. So that's pretty much what she does, right? Prostitutes herself, it seems to me. So why not take it to that level and start walking the streets of LA? So I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe somebody else will give her a shot. I don't know. Who else is out there that would give her a shot now, right? Who would listen to her now? All the deep state people. It's they're like, yay, Megyn. No, we put you in power. We told you to talk bullshit, and so we don't need to listen to your bullshit. So we're not gonna pay you anymore. We got you to where you were. And then we told you what to say, and it didn't work out, so it's your fault. So we're going to pull the plug on you, and you're going to go bye-bye. Right? So we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they stay around. They continue their bullshit, but I don't think so. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff is getting, and I think it's a better way to do it. Instead of having somebody go to prison for the rest of their lives, we just ostracize them. They don't make any more money. They start walking the streets, making their money that way. It just seems a better way. Tucker defends the planes and the 9/11 disaster, defends them, supports them. So people don't believe the planes hit the planes hit the, there were no planes that hit the towers, and of course, Building 7, and just some of the stuff from the other two towers fell on Building 7 and just fell into its footprint. So no planes at Building 7, but it fell into its footprint. It's 444 on that. So thank you, angels. So I don't think that a lot of people still understand that, because I've seen polls where they talk about that, and there's people that don't even know anything about Building 7. Like 50% of people Building 7, what's that? It's wow. But that's kind of the way it is. Most people just aren't informed. Like the people that are watching this right now, it's a small number. And probably a lot of you are like, well, everybody watches news, don't they? No, it's like the people that watch news is 1% of the population. It's really, really, really low. Right. So can we make a difference because we're awake? So we're 1% of the 1%? No, I don't think so. Maybe a little bit, but people are going to have to wake up on their own in their own way. And I think a lot of people have, to a great extent. So the NPCs and all that kind of stuff, they go bye-bye, and holograms out there, they just are going to start to flicker out because the vibrational frequency that we're moving into just doesn't support that anymore. So that's one of the things that I'm starting to see. I just don't see as many people. How about you guys? Put in the chat. It seems like there's a lot less people around than it used to be. People still aren't aware of that as being a problem. But I follow a lot of that like crazy. It's not put out there, but some people follow that and put that out. So we saw on a massive scale the football fields, sports fields. Is that still happening? From what I'm seeing, and I follow this stuff, it's still happening. They just aren't making it public anymore. So it is what it is. All right. So, man, there's a lot of chat in here. Texas has made some progress. Okay, good. And we just lost 3 people in 5 months from the poison shot. Oh, wow, Georgia girl. Sorry. You guys in New York really got hammered. Some got 4 vaxes. That's right. We'll probably get the next one. Right. The next one I think is going to be even more loaded, probably than the Cove Cove Shoddy. And so I just had a friend that has died. And, you know, a lot of people don't do what we do in this group, you know, like the root wellness or the life wave, or there's lots of different things out there you can do. So a lot of people did ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. And I can't tell you how many people, you know, contacted me over the years and said, because you shared that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, how to make your own hydroxychloroquine, that saved me and my wife's life and my children. I was like, wow. So many people have said that, but remember how they just shut that down. It's like, oh, that's bullshit. Ivermectin, yeah, it won an award. No, you're not going to use that. And in fact, we're taking that off the market. If you can get some, you're lucky, but we're done. All right. So crazy time, right? What is this next one going to be like? I don't know. Texas has made some progress, but the Islamists cannot survive in our state without Sharia law is just a low blow. So yeah, and I guess Sharia law in Texas is like a no-go. Should be a no-go around the country. But you know, the Democrats don't care. They'll do whatever they do whatever they want anyway, and if they can get away with it. So like Virginia tried to you know, gerrymander the heck out of their state. And their own Supreme Court said, no, that's not going to work. So they want to like do away with the Supreme Court. They're like, you know, they just want to like do away with the Virginia state now. Like it's sounds like Civil War times. Yeah. So they're, I mean, yeah, the Democrats COVID and push that, and all the people that died from that, they still haven't been held accountable. So Democrats still haven't been held accountable for the last Civil War. So yeah, of course they're going to try and push another one. Anyway, I do see a lot of people working, quickening the population. NPCs, I think, are disappearing. Yeah. Bye-bye to the fucktards. Okay. Fairy minks. That's good. Fairy minks. You're a crack up. All right. So all brain dead. Yeah. Clones. Too many clones. Yeah, you guys are starting to see them now. We've been talking about this for years. And a lot of people like, and still a lot of people are like, that doesn't exist. Right? Yeah. Okay. But, you know, I think a lot of us are starting to see it. I've seen it more and more. I really think there's a lot of people that have they're gone. And I think that's, oh, that's interesting. Sev and Teen. Right. Have you ever looked into the Megyn Kelly is Nicole Brown Simpson theory? It's a far stretch, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, that sounds very interesting. I haven't heard that, but yeah, I'll look into that. So yeah, why not? Kind of similarities there. I don't know. I don't know. Megan's not as shapely as Nicole Brown was, so I don't know. Unless they downsized her, so maybe it's possible. All right, so there's lots of stuff about Kevin Warsh. Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Warsh, I think, is going to be part of annihilating the Federal Reserve, and IRS goes along with it because it's basically just a mafia collection team, right? So, and of course, the Federal Reserve is same thing as the London, right? The City of London group. And so once that's once we start to take down the money trail that leads back to the City of London, then they fold, and it's like wars are over. Like they're over. It's so crazy that we just don't just go in and just take out the City of London. But of course, those people are all over the world. So yeah, you could take out that 1 square mile, however big it is, and that doesn't mean that's all done. They're infiltrated everywhere. So, and that's by design, I believe. IRS's history, yep. Art on the Lake, absolutely. Laurel Canyon is corrupted. Yeah, CIA, Laurel Canyon. I did a special one time on Laurel Canyon and exposed all the people, all the rock stars and musicians and over all the people that were involved in Laurel Canyon. They took it down. They deleted it really quick. 6G is here. So 6G is here. It's probably one of those things is going to activate the next round because that's the way they usually work it. Could we stop it out? Our 1% talking about it? I don't know. Our 1% of 1%. It's possible. Anything's possible because I've been in the SEAL teams. I've been in the 1% of the 1% of the 1%. So I was a SEAL at SEAL Team 6, which is like, just 1% go there of the 1% of the Special Forces guys in the Navy. And then while I was there, I started becoming a remote viewer and all that kind of great stuff. So it's possible. It's possible that, our 1% could make an impact because we absolutely made an incredible impact. And I made an incredible impact. If you listen to my story, read my book, The Intuitive Warrior, that I was making an incredible impact through consciousness. So consciousness can have a massive impact. Now, consciousness as it runs around in your brain, and you're creating a vibratory field with your consciousness, your thoughts, and you can actually create, like I've shown in many different events that I've been to. Just your thoughts can affect your environment, can affect other people. And I've talked about that in my book, and I've talked about it on these shows, and I've shown people physically how I can, have an effect on your physicality through my consciousness, right? On yours, not necessarily your consciousness, but your body, right? Your energy fields. So I create an energy field with my thought, and I send it to you, and you're affected. But you can block it. I teach you how to block it, and you can block it. And then I know how you're blocking it, and then I go around that block, and I do it anyway. So it's like back and forth. And then I teach you how to block the block, and it's just you start to get aware of an energy encroachment, and you block it. So it's just something, or stop wars, like I talk about, and or affect somebody's consciousness that's very evil, and then they go away. So all these things are possible. So yeah, we could stop this thing, but there's a lot of things that are coming at us, and I think it's going to get a little bit of traction coming in, and somehow, some way, as I'm looking at it, it's going to get stopped out, but not before some people that are looking for a way out of this field of energy, right? NPCs and all kind of crazy people that just are tired of fighting. There's a lot of people out there that are tired of fighting, and I saw that when I was in combat too. Some people get tired of fighting, they start getting negative thoughts, and then they're gone, blown up, shot, whatever, gone, right? So some people are like that. Some people will just get tired, they get some negative thoughts, they get some negative negative, and then they're gone, right? Something will take them out. So that one thing could be this next pandemic, right? So we may see a lot of people go bye-bye. Hopefully not, but like many in the chat have been saying, yeah, never quit. That's right. But I don't want the bad influencers, right? And those others to never quit. I want them to like either stop and join us or go bye-bye, right? And however that happens. So we create a vibratory field where they can no longer exist in it, guys. And that's just the way it is. And that's where we're moving. And that's the golden age. So all of the people that, are problem people, can't exist in that type of vibration. And then there's a lot of the negative people that are trying to stop us from going there because they use us. They've been using us. They've been looping us into, lifetime after lifetime of being stuck in, their control system. So they're about to lose that. They've already lost it in my mind. Don't go away, Matt. Just go away. That's right, Tara Jones. So, we're moving into that consciousness field where, they don't give a F, and we need to get to that point too. It's like, you don't give an F? Okay. So we don't give an F either. And then they just like, ooh, they disappear. It won't be that simple, but it will be close. Right? So I see people in the chat, and there's probably some people that have, left angrily because they're saying, because you're speaking this, you're creating this. It's like, no, it's like when I was a leader in the SEAL teams. I told people, my compadres or in the CIA, whatever, I briefed them on potential problems. And for most of us, we would say, that's not going to be a problem. And it never was. But because we briefed it as a potential, like I've said many times, I've never, ever in my whole career been in a brief that went exactly as it was briefed. As far as like a mission planning brief, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and we're going to do this. Never happens. All right. But we briefed everything to the point where it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to go exactly that way because we're so flexible and we're so well trained. So hopefully many of you are like that now. You've had a lot of training over the last 5 years, and you've learned how to focus your consciousness. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here, right? If you haven't learned how to focus your consciousness on the positive, you would have been gone long ago, right? And we've seen a lot of those people. Unfortunately, they have gone. And I, in my family, I've had, people that have gone. It's sad, but it is, our right to come in and do certain things that we plan to do, and once they've been accomplished, to leave. Right? We have free will that way, and you can choose when and where you go bye-bye. All right. So now some people don't get that choice because they're so bad. We have to help them go bye-bye. Right? So because they'll continue to make some of us that are really good people go bye-bye, and that's not fair. So eventually we get to the point where that doesn't happen anymore. But some people believe that if someone is speaking, like I'm basically briefing you on. Do you know that Madonna went? You can look this up. Maybe I'll look it up here a minute and put it up here. Madonna went to the Met Gala, and she wore all black, and she had a ship, like a sailing ship, on her head. And then she had 6 women that had like these lines that were going to her all around her, like the, 6-pointed star is good, depending on which direction the top star is pointing. If it's pointing down, that's baddie, that's the baddies. But if it's up, that's good. That's good people. But she wore that. So they're telegraphing. So what they're trying to do is with a negative, create a negative and sacrificial type, environment where to their God, because Madonna is absolutely a witch for the dark side. So, and she's wearing all dark. She's all black. She's all in black. Let me see if I can pull it up while I'm talking. All right, so I'll type it in. So if I pause a little bit, sometimes I can do multiple things at once, but not always. Right? Sometimes I have to focus on things. So black dress, Madonna. Wore at Met Gala. Oh yeah, there it is. So it says Madonna uses 7 blindfolded helpers. It's not showing her headpiece though. Let me go back to images. I should be able to find it. So there's another one where she was wearing a crown. So I'm going to have to put it in there. So and another one, she was wearing a crown, right? So I haven't looked into that, is what that was all about. But this one, it's very obvious because there was a ship that had the hantavirus on it. Shiphead. She was a shiphead. Shiphead on. All right. So, all right. I think I got it now. Damn it. It's not really showing it, but it's close enough. So you'll be able to see it. So let me share the screen. You can go look and get more detail if you want, but here it is. Here's the Black Witch herself in her black dress. All right. So there's the ship, sailing ship on her head. And I guess she had like 6, and they're all blindfolded. So she's the pointy end of the star, which is there's no star there, all right, or no point there. So that's the dark side. All right, so they're, ritual loving witches. Yeah. So this is a ritual that they're doing in front of us with this ship and the hantavirus, right? So this is part of what they do. So they're trying to, like I was telling you guys that I do and you do, because you're all positive people, you project very good things into the environment, and then they create fear. And if they have you that are normally very positive, very loving, very giving, they get fear in you, and then they control you with that fear, and then you're not useful to the good side anymore. You're useful to the dark side. Now, some people think that if I speak something, I create it. No. All right, that can happen. I'm not the God level yet, where and God said, "Let there be water," and there was water. So, not quite there yet. But some people believe that me briefing you on these events and what I see coming, I'm bringing into existence. That's ridiculous. Let's say I'm with that person and we're driving in a car and I have my seatbelt on and they have their seatbelt on. It doesn't matter whether they do or not, but we're driving down the road and I see out the corner of my eye, because I'm wide angle vision guy always, I see out the corner of my eye a car coming at high speed that's going to impact her and probably kill her. And so I'm not going to say anything, because she believes that if I say something, if I bring it to her awareness, this car is about to hit her, and maybe she could stop, and she gets hit, it's my fault because I spoke it into existence. See how stupid that is? But that's pretty much the way some of these people think. It's part of the deep state, it's part of the dark witches and so forth that have gone into a lot of these new age cults and groups and have implemented that wrong think, right? So and I don't knock that, because I used to be in a lot of that new age stuff, but I eventually was able to see through it. So I try and help people, get to the point where they can create on a very positive level, right? So there's no witchcraft involved, and I'm not a warlock, but I can make things happen, and I have made things happen. But I'm a good guy making things happen, and they're bad people making things happen. So if we understand their technique and how this works, then we can stop it out. That's why I'm talking about it, right? And how that was a psyop, manipulation, and whatever you do, I said very early on before it came out, right? But 70% of Americans did. And I think even higher numbers around the world. So maybe we had some influence. I don't know. Might saved a few lives. So that's always good. All right. Beautiful sunset here outside New Orleans. Cool, breezy, nice. Love New Orleans. Beautiful, beautiful city. And Democrat run. it's gotten pretty sleazy and pretty nasty over the years, but all these cities can be turned around, guys, very quickly, very easily. And, it could return to its greatness that it was in the past. I was there I think about 5 years ago. I was probably about 5 years ago when I was leaving California, the land of lockdowns forever. And I was going to Florida, and I stopped in New Orleans. It was not so good. All right. And I've been there so many times and had great times there, partying all night long, right? As a young man with my bros. So fun city, and great food, unbelievably great food. Love New Orleans cooking. I used to have was that Chef Paul Prudhomme or something? He used to pronounce étouffée, and very, very French accent. And I had his cookbooks, right? I actually cooked some of that stuff. I was pretty good. I could do my own roe, and yeah, I'm a dude. I can cook, right? Yeah, it worked out really good for me. Right? So, all right. But, these days, a lot of these cities, unfortunately, are very, very dark, very decrepit. And that's because of the long-term deep state Democrat influence. So, like I said, that can be turned around so quickly. I'm not concerned. Cajun is marvelous. Absolutely. Cajun food, absolutely amazing. Prudhomme, you remember that? Remember Prudhomme? Lots of laughs. So he was a big boy. Right? But he could cook. And he had his own place there in New Orleans, his own restaurant, and I ate there. I was driving across country. It was just me. I was going from probably one duty station to another, and I'd always do the low road and go through, make sure I went through New Orleans. And so I went and stopped there, ate at Prudhomme's restaurant. I don't know if it's still there, but that was so good. And they did it European style. So even though I was, by myself, I sat at a table with a bunch of people. It was great. All right. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff get turned around, but the evil ones have to be, removed because as long as they're there, we're not going to have a golden age. We're not going to see Prudhomme's old, I think he passed on. His old haunting grounds, his old place where he hung out and cooked marvelous New Orleans Cajun food. And so I had great times there, but I'm not going back there because it's not so good there. And I remember when I was talking about that when I was there 5 years ago, people were like, "Oh, you should go where the locals go. We don't go there anymore, and you should go one street down." And I was like, "Well, you should have told me that." But I went down there, and there's still some good places to eat there. You can still eat really good, and the bands, and it's just so good there, even though it's shithole. I don't know. Maybe they cleaned it up. I doubt it, but it's that way in San Francisco and LA and Detroit Detroit just doesn't exist anywhere near what it used to be. New York I remember having great times in New York. Eating there is great. Twin Towers came down in Building 7. People there were so friendly for the first time in their lives. And then they got mean again, and it got dirty again. So it's too bad. Wilcock Valhalla probably. And so, I mean, again, people have, lots of different opinions about that. I respect everybody's idea about that, and New Orleans and LA and San Francisco. If you believe it's a good place, that's fine. Now, there are some people that, have moved and have done even better. Sue Wong, she probably still has her place in LA, and she moved on. I think she still does dresses, but she moved on, and she does houses now. And we saw a couple of her houses. One was in Malibu. Oh my God. Stunning. The woman has a great eye, right? And from China, and she's more American than probably most of us at this point. Loves America. So how many Muslims are like that? You know, they want to have their Sharia law and so forth. It's not so good, right? So I think that the peace deal that we're probably going to be working out with China is going to really work out for us. But in the meantime, we have Democrats that are going to try and steal elections again, and that's not going to work out, right? No, you will not do that again. And if you do get away with it this time, there's going to be an uprising, right? And this civil war will be very quick, right? It won't be a civil war. It'll just be a little like, yeah, it's gonna not go so good for them. And I don't think it's going to get to that point one way or the other. Are they going to use another? Sure looks that way, doesn't it? I think this time, if it gets to the point where things get really, bad, it'll just get postponed. It's like, no, we're not even going to have it. And then they're going to really throw a fit. It's like, we had Madonna with her black, hat ship thing on, and we still lost. It's like, oh, it's so funny. And even in the Economist magazine. So the Economist magazine, I think it was their January issue. I remember looking at it, and it had all this crazy stuff on it. I'm like, what's going on with that? And it was on a ship. It was on a ship. And the ship colors were blue and white. And it looks almost identical to the ship where the hantavirus happened. So these guys planned the stuff out. And they, put all this information. Some of it's for their peeps. So their peeps know, okay, we've been planning, this major biological event for a long time, and now we're getting the signal it's on, right? So they're all moving into their different positions, directions of power. They place people, governors, in positions of power that are going to, promote it, just like, Whitmer did in Michigan, and Newsom did in California. All those people were put in those positions of power, and many others, of course, to, push their agenda. And we're going to see that again. So those people are still there. Kind of like I said, these people weren't held accountable, and they didn't stand trials and, get executed. So they're still going to do it again. So this is an awakening process, I believe, for most of us. I'm awake, and I think most of you are awake, but there's a lot of others that aren't. And so we'll continually share more and more information about this, and help more people wake up. And hopefully we get to the point where, because I know a lot of you are saying, oh, hell no, we're not going to do that again. There's a lot of us who said that last time too. Right? So, and it still happened, right? So just because, a few handfuls of us say no, doesn't mean that's going to happen, because we have a lot of people that are very easily influenced, and they'll go with it. They're going with it, guys. It's done, right? Whether it's real or not, these people are going to go with it. They are. They're already. A lot of people are masking up already. I hear from people that I went to the gym today, and there's like 5 people in the gym masked up. So it's already started. And Sherry, yep, they're witches and bitches. Use a witchcraft shield. You can break through. Then you see who is behind them. Soulless Walking Dead, as usual. Yes. Aleister Crowley. Yeah. So a lot of the stuff has been integrated for a long time. And my priest is overwhelmed with funerals. Oh, wow. Yep. That's a bummer. So I hope your priesthood isn't overwhelmed with a lot more. All right. So unfortunately, it could be coming. And let's see. That's right. Bodybuilder here. That's what we like to see. Bodybuilder here, pure blood. So good job. God first. Yes, definitely. So we do want to focus on God. I know a lot of you guys say you have your comments in the chat. I appreciate those because it does set an energy field. Just don't get too crazy with it. So some people are kind of like they're for it if it's not too extreme. But for me, I'm about as extreme as you can get. So I'm so into that. All right. So all right, you're on Brad's team, LifeWave. Good job. All right. So again, it's probably going to make a big difference going forward with these supplements and so forth. So bodybuilders, we know, what works on our bodies, keep ourselves healthy. And a lot of you have done a lot of good stuff over the years. A lot of vitamin D3, high levels of C, and zinc seems to do really well. Just on that level, we have a drink called Celergize and LifeWave that has a lot of that stuff, potassium and all kind of good magnesium. So, and it actually helps your LifeWave patches work better. So stem cell activation is going to be very important. Peptides, so it's activating your peptides, copper peptides. So all of that stuff is very, very valuable. And I know some people are like, it costs too much. It's like, what is it? Like about $3 a day. If that's too much, man, I feel for you. So it's like, that's a bummer. But there are people that really are like that out there, unfortunately. A lot of the seniors, they've been hammered pretty hard. Trump is trying to help out the seniors by, taking away the tax on Social Security. Awesome. But unless you're like, still producing, you're not getting any more income. And some people, if they start to produce, they start taking away benefits. It's like you're going to get these benefits because you don't have anything else, and you're barely getting by, and it's like you don't want to tell them that you're like doing something different. So a lot of people are like that. It's like they would like to work a second job to earn a little bit more to be healthier and maybe have a vacation. Life's a vacation for me, but it is difficult for a lot of people. These days and age. But yep, health is priceless. But if you don't have the money, then health is whatever it is. Right? So I've been there. I still took vitamin packs, but that's about it. The cheapest ones I could find. So we're in a position, I think, now where a lot of people need help. We're trying to help as many people as possible. Stay in the right frame of mind. That alone will help a lot of people. And then, of course, using good products, eating well, exercising, get a walk in. If you're not like a bodybuilder, right? At least do some walking, right? Get out there and get the body moving. So I think that's very important going forward. Talk your buds, your buds or buds class or buds, your buddies. So don't forget to turn Michael's channel notifications on. Thanks, Katie. So you don't miss his show. And give the thumbs up. And I like that all of you guys have been chatting. Chat's been blowing up, so that helps the algorithms because I'm heavily suppressed. And so getting this information out was hard in the last one where they kept taking me down my program. So they've gotten clever about it. Now they just turn people off, kick people out. Like, oh well, we'll just keep it going. We'll do the best we can. All right, guys. Lots of love. Say it with me. Stay in the love vibration. And things are going to get maybe they get a little worse, but if you're in that vibration and you're staying positive and you're staying informed, you're going to do well. Right? Get your silver. And if you can't afford $3 a day, then just stay positive. Right? Get your walking in, stay positive, and keep tuning in. We'll help each other out. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. See you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: the level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations as well as the UN. Rapes, torture, genocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities, said Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. This a glimpse of a surviving hostage of Israeli prisons. Palestinian journalist Ali al-Samoudi was recently released from Israeli prison, where he was held for a year without charge and without a trial. Samoudi was among 105 Palestinian journalists who have been held in Israeli prisons without charges since October 2023. There were 33 who were still in the Israeli prisons that don't provide even basic nutritional needs, beat prisoners and refuse them medical treatment. We held a Palestine marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. President Trump has always said that in this war of good against evil, Israel would be last to overcome the evil. Although the US and Israel have stood together against Iran, Trump has plans for Netanyahu, and they don't include war in other nations such as Netanyahu wishes. As commander-in-chief of the worldwide military alliance, Trump has activated his wartime powers, and deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts and 10 days of communication darkness. Temporary martial law alert, because we're under attack by fake news and traitors within. Soon the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will activate worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with the sounds of 7 trumpets. Then President Trump will give out 7 different messages about our new era of freedom. This is not the end, it's a new beginning. After 10 days of communication darkness where evils across the globe will be revealed and dealt with, the world will never be the same. We will have a new republic, plus new economic, legal, health, political, and education systems. Stay calm and safe. Stock up on food, cash and essentials. Trust the plan. President Donald J. Trump has already exposed to humanity how we are being lied to by the news media, how we are being abused by criminal governments, how so-called healthcare was more evil than the mafia and that elections worldwide were manipulated to position agents of evil. He blasted the World Economic Forum to their face and ended their agenda for world tyranny, kicked the legs from underneath the United Nations, effectively ending their plot to play a key role in a planned world government, ended the invasion of hundreds of millions of illegal immigrants, which is a key strategy of the cabal to destroy nations and pave the way for a one-world state. President Trump stopped the climate change hoax, which was meant to be the next excuse for world tyranny, restored prayer and the Christian faith in America and ended violent persecution of Christians in other nations. Yes, this is the man who did all that and 1,000 times more amazing things to end the rule of evil worldwide, and because of this, he is being hated, smeared, betrayed and mocked like nobody in history. But those who have a clear vision are in awe of what is happening. The future is so beautiful, we have no idea. U.S. Department of Labor on Telegram. The White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We are gonna need more popcorn this weekend." The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts were locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed financial system was functioning worldwide. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Soon the EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, Everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Planes, trains will be shut down. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. The EBS will broadcast over all TV, radio and internet across the globe, a Nizara/Jazara announcement, followed by 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7 over TV, radio and internet. This will continue for 10 to 12 days while temporary martial law was imposed to protect us so the global military alliance could make mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Possible timing on Saturday, May 9, 2026 in a historic midnight session, the Quantum Financial Settlement Act, QFSA 2026, was passed by Congress. This act delisted the Federal Reserve note, US dollar, as legal tender, while recognizing the quantum financial system gold bill as the only authorized physical currency for the restored republic. Trump legacy block on Telegram. Monday, May 11, 2026, liquidity in less than 24 hours. JFK Jr. There will be a EBS message sent over phones, TV and radio around the globe saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Nizara will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Monday, May 11, 2026, evidence that Donald Trump may in fact be the commander-in-chief of our republic and has been since elected to office in 2016, per federal laws and orders, quantum financial system on Telegram. Yes, the national emergency declared by President Trump on September 12, 2018 in Executive Order 13,848 is still active. It was most recently extended by President Joe Biden in September 2024. The declaration activates specific statutes that grant the executive branch additional powers or flexibility to address the emergency. During a national emergency, numerous laws provide the president with special authorities, including economic, trade and military. Emergencies enable the reallocation of funds or resources to address the crisis. Since September 12, 2018, the following federal statutes provided Donald Trump special authorities: National Emergencies Act, NEA, framework for declaring, conducting, and terminating national emergencies. International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, allows the President to regulate commerce after declaring a national emergency with respect to any unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. interests. Stafford Act, authorizes the President to provide federal assistance for state and local governments in the event of disasters. Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, gives authority over foreign assets and financial transactions during emergencies. War Powers Resolution, during a national emergency where the security of the homeland is threatened, the President's military-related authorities are significantly expanded to include 1. Deployment of forces, National Guard, use the National Guard under federal control, Title 10 status, for domestic operations if authorized by Congress or under certain emergency statutes. Active duty military, deploy active duty forces within the U.S. for national defense purposes, though this is highly regulated due to the Posse Comitatus Act, which restricts the military's role in domestic law enforcement. 2. Mobilization, reservists, call up reserve components of the military for active duty, civilian personnel, activate civilians with military experience or skills through various emergency powers. 3. Command and control, unified command, establish unified command structures for responding to the emergency, potentially integrating various branches of military, federal, state, and local agencies. 4. Defense production, invoke the Defense Production Act to prioritize production and allocation of resources necessary for defense and emergency response, including directing private sector companies. 5. Infrastructure protection, deploy military engineers and units to protect or repair critical infrastructure. 6. Airspace and maritime control, control airspace, potentially including establishing no-fly zones. Maritime interdiction or control of ports and waterways if necessary. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world is now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-risk accounts were flagged and frozen. Names known only to military intelligence are now public in sealed drop files. Gitmo is full. New locations have been activated offshore for tribunal overflow. Justice is no longer a future promise. It's happening right now. Meanwhile, new school programs are rolling out under consciousness directives. No more indoctrination. No more lies. Children will be taught who they truly are, not who they were told to be. Prepare for the next phase. When the power resets and comes back on, nothing will be the same. New screens. New maps. New mission. You are part of the greatest transfer of power in human history. Act accordingly. Stand tall. The world is watching. Sovereign United States of America, Sunday, May 11, 2026. Breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked his authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Incorporated dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the republic the patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles. Drawing on sovereign rights under common law, rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fictions that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25, 2026. This assembly in the Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. Incorporated fraud, built on debt, slavery and endless wars, is defunct. Common law is re-established. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown at last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. Global currency reset Monday, May 11, 2026. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments have started. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol internal treasury ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. 72 hours ago, redemption center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. Monday, May 11, 2026. The global financial system is being rewritten this week. China has been hoarding gold for 18 consecutive months. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was just confirmed impure and unusable. BRICS Pay went live May 4. Trump lands in Beijing May 14. The Fed chair changes May 15. Every single piece is moving to the same square on the same day. The old world ends quietly, Mr. Poole, final chapter moan. May 11, 2026. Judy Byington, S.G. Anon, David Rodriguez, Gene Decode, massive financial shift ahead 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking now. Fed meltdown, Jerome Powell accused of holding America's central bank hostage amid explosive corruption probe. Monday, May 11, 2026. Game over, the Fed is dead. Gold reset ignites global financial uprising as fiat collapses worldwide. GCR 2026 is live. Monday, May 11, 2026. The signal, they told you to look for the sequence. You were promised it would come quick. Most of them were told they'd miss it. Pay attention. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. May 8, 162 secret UFO files declassified. The Pentagon unlocked the vault. May 8, Russian-Ukrainian ceasefire. 2,000 prisoners on their way home. May 9, WHO withdrawal completed. Medical leash cut. May 10, Trump rejected Iran's peace terms. Called them totally unacceptable. The war machine is being pushed into a corner. May 11, China's foreign ministry confirms Trump's Beijing visit. He's flying into the capital of the dragon. 5 days. 5 dominoes. This is not new. This is an action. Now here's what they're not showing you on any screen. Tier 4B notifications have started. Not soon. Not any day now. 72 hours ago Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. The Fed chair switches in 4 days. Kevin Warsh takes the seat. Same day Trump meets with Xi in Beijing. That room kills the old dollar. What comes out is gold-backed, quantum verified and already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Jazar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage. Student loan. Credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now. They said this day would never come. They told you to quit dreaming. They told you the system was forever. Monday, May 11, 2026. Disturbing report. Epstein survivor breaks silence on elite cult network. Bill Clinton named Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. A new wave of explosive allegations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle is reigniting public outrage after survivor Anya Wick came forward with disturbing claims about ritual abuse, elite trafficking networks, psychological conditioning, and powerful figures allegedly tied to the operation. According to Wick, born Anya Beth Epstein, she grew up trapped inside what she describes as a multi-generational abuse system hidden behind wealth, influence, and institutional protection. Her testimony paints a horrifying picture: drug-induced memory suppression, psychological programming, and a hidden network allegedly servicing politicians, billionaires, intelligence-linked figures, and global elites. At the center of the allegations once again stands Jeffrey Epstein, but Wick claims Epstein was never the true mastermind. She describes him instead as the visible public face of a much larger machine operating behind layers of political protection and social influence. Among the names she references is former President Bill Clinton, who she alleges visited locations connected to the trafficking network. No evidence has been publicly presented supporting criminal charges tied to these specific claims, but the accusations are already detonating across alternative media and online political circles. Wick further alleges that investigators, courts, and federal agencies repeatedly ignored, suppressed, or dismissed testimony connected to the network. For years, critics of the Epstein case have argued the scandal exposed something far deeper than one man's crimes, a protection system surrounding the powerful themselves. The resurfacing of these claims is intensifying renewed public anger over sealed files, unanswered questions, missing accountability, and the belief that elite networks operated for decades above the law. The allegations also revive long-running debates surrounding intelligence connections, blackmail operations, Hollywood influence, and institutional corruption tied to Epstein's global network. Supporters of full disclosure argue the American public still has not seen the complete truth behind the Epstein operation, including who financed it, who protected it, and who benefited from it politically. As pressure grows for additional file releases and further investigations, the Epstein scandal continues evolving from a criminal case into something far larger in the eyes of millions, a symbol of elite immunity, hidden power structures, and a justice system many believe failed to expose the full network. Whether future investigations confirm or reject these claims, one reality remains undeniable: the Epstein story is far from over and the public demand for answers is only getting louder. N. What we think we know. This of twos. May 12, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Fox News. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reveals the Cuban government turned down a $100 million humanitarian aid offer as the country continues to face dire circumstances. We've offered the regime their $100 million of humanitarian aid that, unfortunately, so far, they have not agreed to distribute to the people in Cuba. So, we did the hurricane relief, but we're offering more, and it's the regime that's not accepting it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Alex Jones on Telegram. Bill Gates insider, engineered hantavirus outbreak. The hantavirus outbreak isn't natural. That's the explosive revelation from a Gates Foundation insider. Monday, May 11, 2026. Deep state panic, new congressional map reveals fair districts, 280 Republicans versus 156 Democrats. Video May 11, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Marco Rubio exposes Zelensky as a liar on the world stage. That's a lie and he knows it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking special report, House detonation. Congress passes major America First bill giving President Trump new power to protect U.S. property abroad. May 11, 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Julian Assange drops truth bomb. There is no dirt to release on Donald Trump. Globalists have nothing, he is everything. Checkmate. Monday, May 11, 2026. Classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. Monday, May 11, 2026. Confirmed, epidemiologist Nicholas Huscher says ivermectin and fenbendazole are showing documented stage 4 cancer remissions. Big Pharma cannot ignore this anymore. Q Monday, May 11, 2026. Barack Obama arrives at 10 Downing Street to meet with senior UK political and intelligence security officials. Red Pill Project on Telegram. This unannounced trip comes just days after bombshell declassified intelligence by DNI Tulsi Gabbard confirming that Barack Obama led a treasonous conspiracy against the duly elected president with the intent to overthrow the United States government. Obama traveled to London, England, multiple times. The seditious conspiracy against Donald J. Trump was plotted in England by the CIA and elements of British intelligence. It was executed by John Brennan and Gina Haspel, who was the head of the CIA London station at the time. And here he is, campaigning on another coup against the United States government with world leaders. Our Monday, May 11, 2026. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announces new changes for military contractors. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Bureaucrats will no longer be able to negotiate defense contracts. Defense companies now just pay to build their own factories, their own factory expansions, assembly lines, and manufacturing plants instead of taxpayers. Companies that fail to deliver will be held responsible. Companies that fail to deliver may be replaced with new contractors. Defense companies can no longer have taxpayers pay to build their factories and then charge us for the product. No more cost overruns. This is huge. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at the speed of business, not bureaucracy. A lot of bureaucrats that have been getting filthy rich off deals are going to be pissed.
Very important. And so I had to take that and kind of deal with it. And, it's interesting. This one involved a senior person at a 3-letter agency and a couple of whistleblowers that have been fighting to get their information to the right place. And I would say this, that, I think we're in that zone where we've already passed that point where things are starting to just, break loose everywhere. And I think I used it the other night with you, Matt, where, I was discussing, you see the kid with his fingers in the dike, the old story, I think Dutch kid, and he's got his fingers in the dike. And you think, well, how's that going to help? And the reality is that if you've plugged those holes, the water isn't flowing. You're holding it in check. But if you pull your finger out of one of those holes or multiple of them, what happens is the erosion of the water passing through that hole or crack. And pretty soon, the crack is a fissure. It's more than just a trickle. It becomes a stream, and the erosion can just break the wall in a dam, and all of a sudden it's coming apart. And so what's happening right now is you have a number of people. Most of them were suppressed and couldn't come forward. Some of them that are coming forward, like in this case, at least one of the persons, as far as I'm concerned, they didn't do stuff earlier because their nest was being feathered. But now they want to get on the right side of history. And so do I knife them in the back for that, or do I accept that, as they would say it, it would have been not just career fatal, but maybe elsewise fatal to have made any kind of a stink or to jump forward or something prior to this. But they feel the safety that things do appear behind the scenes within that specific agency to be going, or agencies actually too, in a direction where they want to make sure their side is understood. In other words, they want to be on the right side of whatever's coming. So that's probably not unique. I'm not going to kick a gift horse in the mouth if we can get the information into the right slot and it aids other stuff that's already there. I mean, it's all going to be coming out. When the dam breaks, I mean, it really just comes unglued. Something finally washes away some area of support. And especially if you think of these great earthworks type dams that are common in the middle and eastern side of the country, more so than the west, of these huge earthen dams. And if they get an area that gets weak, gets washed out, it's toast. I mean, the whole thing comes out, and once the water starts flowing, and that's what we're really looking at within the not just ill run, but criminally operated sections of some of these federal agencies where there was criminality involved on the part of individuals. Sometimes the one thing I think we have to do is not, a lot of times people talk about, how the government is bad, how the federal government is bad. No, oftentimes it's not necessarily. I mean, there's times like with Federal Reserve and like that, where there's something wrong with the basic concept of the whole agency itself. But other times it's because you have criminal activity and mischief going on by individuals using their zone of access to do the stuff that they're doing. The agency, the rest of the personnel get tainted, but the reality is it's usually a relatively small number who are the real monsters in the situation. And so we go get them, clear them out, and then try to get things back on an even keel. So there you go.
Hey, Juan, I was just going to tell you, I think before I got in the show, Bannon had me on at about 5:15 or so Eastern time this evening. We talked about the coalition and, Trump's, the election integrity army, and, what we've been doing, Mark Cook and others around mostly Mark, but others going around the country educating folks on the election ecosystem. And then we talked about the summit and what the purpose was, and Tina, and dedicated to her. And he said, wow, he says, you're having the world premiere of Dark Horse, which I told Warren, you made this happen. And I think I'm recounting what Bannon said, because he's friends with Caviezel as well. And he said Caviezel thinks it's his most important work or best work. And I'm thinking, I don't know how you get better than Jesus, But even I guess Caviezel is very impressed. Oh,
Well, let me say this. The intensity, the work to portray Christ in the crucifixion. And I know Jim prayed about this and sensed that this was something that he was called to do, because there's been a number of actors over the years that have portrayed Christ. I don't think any that I've seen in other ones really came across in a way that was convincing to me. How would Christ present in certain situations? And I've read lots of this stuff about people that had encounters while he was alive, such as even Josephus. Josephus describes Christ as leaning up against a tree while talking with people in a very relaxed sense, and he was there, saw it, and so it's interesting to think about those types of portrayals. How would Christ have come across to you or me if we had come to him with a question, or watching how he interacted with people? Even like a city, he went to a city, and it says he was unable to do any great works there because of their lack of faith. What? Christ couldn't do a lot of miracles because the people had, no sense of faith. Faith is so crucial in that way, and he couldn't overcome that. It's pretty amazing. So, that's, the questions that are out there. It's a conversation, and but then you look at this role. Lots of people have their own impressions of what Christ would have been like, or how he acted. In the case of Bolsonaro, we don't have a point of reference. And so he's first up, if you will, to try to give us, between the writers and the directors and everything else, a portrayal that gives us a point of reference of who this man is, what he went through, and what the truth is about a lot of what's gone on here. So I'm anxious to see it, and for us to have the conversation. It'll be pretty amazing.
Warren, I share with Warren and Mandy, and let we're over 400 people have already registered. We got over a month to go. I've talked to the Ahern to see how high we can go, but I think we'll blow through the 500 one.
Yeah, we've talked about that, and of course the fact that they're going to pull out the bar at the middle, which gives us a significantly more room. I don't want to be overcrowded, and so we've discussed this, you and I, and of course the folks over at the Ahern, and I think we're going to have a very comfortable event, but we're also probably going to go over that 500 by a bit. I will say this. You and I, Matt, but I probably more so have attended lots of different events around the country. The rallies, the things with just a wall of speakers and like that. We have tried to keep the number down so we could have more detail and real presentations from these speakers that are world class, with with all the different categories of fraud we're trying to deal with. And I think that worked. We did the private conference last month and a half ago on the bond stuff, and I think it was very comfortable because we had time to talk individually with the speakers and between ourselves, and we got a lot more done. That's what this conference is really about. For example, we're catering all of the meals. Why do that? Because I want people to stay there and talk with other people there and not feel the need to go somewhere to have a conversation and to enjoy each other's company. So by having all the meals catered, and not crap meals, I mean high quality meals, they actually get awards. The Aaron's one of the best in Vegas on their catering. So by doing that, we're going to be networking. And one of the most important aspects of the coalition has been the fact that we're a network of networks. We have multiple people within the coalition who themselves have a network that they work with, and they're our point of contact within those networks. And I mean, I can just go down the list, every one of them, either within some state operations, an agency operation, et cetera. So this network of networks has been unbelievable. Well, I want to see that expand. In fact, what Trump said yesterday about an army of people to observe the elections and to make sure that these midterms are done safe, and now beyond that, again, what he's describing is a network of networks, an army. And that's what the coalition is. It's been an amazing experience to get to work with so many different people who themselves represent a group of people, some larger, some smaller, for things that we're able to get done. So this meeting isn't just about coming and hearing and listening and, oh gosh, that was interesting, and go home. It's as much about getting to coordinate with and meet some really amazing people attending and developing more connectivity within all the networks we deal with. And then the speaker list is just off the charts. And I know that the speakers are going to be spending a lot of time with the people attending also. It's a community that everyone there power player. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
I've told many people in our group that it was really neat when I was on the scene in the, let's say, the Friday calls and understanding the coalition and things, that it was neat to see that there were other coalitions that I didn't necessarily know about. Of course, you did, and Matt did, and Mark did, and to find out how you were all collaborating for a long time. And I really wanted people to know, because a lot of people don't understand how that works, that when, Trump said, let's make America great again, there are citizens that went out there and did exactly that, started working on those things without saying, oh, I said that was going to happen. Oh, I said that was going to happen. They just put their head down and went to town, working their rear ends off, taking a lot of heat. And then we've got certain people that have come out and have walked us through that. It's a really neat ordeal. It's a really
the only other thing. Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, Juan, that something that I am very, very fond of is no one in the coalition. You're not going to hear, I did this, or I'm singularly responsible for it. It's we did. And how can I help you? And sometimes I think you see people in various domains, the hubris kind of goes to their head and they become self-important. And no, the mission is what's important, know, and the country is important. The republic is important. And I said on Bannon's show this afternoon, I said, Steve, so many people in this coalition walked away from jobs, going through the life savings. I know Juan has gone through a lot of money. Patrick Byrne has gone through a lot of money. Singularly, those two, but other people have just put their lives on hold for 5-6 years just to solve this problem.
Amen.
Well, and I will say this, the people that I've spoken to, yes, it's been painful, because I think for many of us, me included, we had envisioned getting through this sooner than has taken place, and getting to certain checkpoints sooner than have happened. For most of us, it's an inconvenience and added expense. For someone like Tina and some of the other people who are in legal peril, one of the conversations I had earlier today, a very serious situation involving a judge in one of the states who has gone against the machine and the things that have happened to him. You know, I'm not going to complain in the slightest, knowing that others, such as Tina specifically, have paid such a high price. And then in her case, even beyond the rest of us, you know, fortunately, Jen and I enjoy our health. We're young enough, I feel like, you know, anything comes up, you know, we still have a lot of time ahead of us to do different things. Someone like Tina, who is got the health challenges and the circumstances she's in, the cost is way beyond anything monetary. It's time in this world to do certain things, to accomplish things, to just enjoy life. And so I won't wince in the slightest. It would be an insult to others who are paying a much higher price to fuss over any inconveniences. Money can't buy what it has cost Tina thus far. And so, and, you know, you think of superheroes.
You know, I was going to say one else. She's already given a child for this country's defense. She's her son. She's sacrificed her son.
You know, some of these things, you don't have any say over it. It was a cost along the way. And so it's, you know, somehow a sacrifice was involved, but it wasn't by choice. Even though she, you know, he wanted to be who he is. He did stuff that he knew to be important. He got that sense of import very clearly from his mom, you know, and the way that he was parented. So we have a lot of respect for that. What pains me in that specific category the most is that I don't care what happened, what purportedly happened. With a Gold Star mom, you have a certain level of esprit de corps. You have to have a certain level of added grace, respect, honor. And what has happened to her is a disgrace. Totally disrespectful. No sense of honor. This is a person that never had a speeding ticket, never had a traffic infraction. And you're going to treat her like she's Al Capone, and then she's a threat to the community. The things that the judge said in sentencing, that was one of the most despicable. He committed an act against her in the way that he did it, that we should all have to wince, and you know that it was done in the people's name. It's atrocious, and then she has to bear that cross unjustly all this time. She will get exonerated before this is all over, just like all the courts in Colorado were found to be full of shit, saying that Trump had to be taken off the voter rolls, and could be, by all the pointy-headed geniuses in the legal system in Colorado and the political system in Colorado. Once it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, not only did they decide favorably for President Trump to be put back on the ballot, they were decisive. 9-0. Name another Supreme Court case that anybody here can remember where you had a 9-0 decision by the Supreme Court. Usually, at least one or two of the liberal justices side against it. So it's a 7-2 or 6-3. But this was 9-0. The most liberal justices couldn't agree with anyone in the state of Colorado within their legal system. So acting as though some kind of a justice was done in Sheena's case and we just have to live with it. No, by the time this gets to the Supreme Court, the way the trial was conducted, the reasons for even going to trial, all of the machinations within Colorado, they'll all be defeated. What's grinding, though, she's not out on bail while it's appealed. Even the people involved know she'll get off, that this will go the other direction. But they want their scarecrow. It's like strapping somebody to the front of the truck in a Mad Max movie and racing through the war here with this fight over elections. And Tina's, strapped to the grill of some machine. It's horrendous. And at this point, I backed off. I was asked to, as we were pressing hard months ago to get Tina out with executive action, with the president's action, and to give the Colorado governor time to think again, and the system to work it out without them having to lose too much face. Just get Tina out. That's all I care. But the time is now past for even that, as far as I'm concerned. We have to raise the bar. President Trump said that if Tina wasn't free a year ago almost, that extreme measures, he would take extreme measures. Well, I think we're there. If they're not going to honor the pardon, we know there's civil rights violations going on in the prison, some type of federal intervention. I don't care what it is. Figure it out. They got smart attorneys over at the White House. Figure it out. They got smart attorneys at the Justice Department. Figure it out. The time is past. Tina is paying a price that can never be refunded to her once the courts finally get this to a higher court, who is in a situation where it's opportunistic for the cancer to return and things that happen that you can't reverse. It's a black mark on all of us within the country, but especially us conservatives who can't seem to get her out. And it's also, I think it's bad for the president, because it makes us look impotent to see justice done correctly. And there's patience, there's forbearance, there's working through the issues, and then there's some type of evil that is done in our name that you cannot be slow to react to. Okay? If you see something horrible being done to somebody, I'm thinking of an assault that was taking place, and a person close to me jumped into the middle of the assault and put his life in peril. Well, why did he do that? Why not wait for the police? Because the person was in danger of getting their life taken. And waiting for the police for 5 minutes probably would have been death to that person. And so he put his own life in peril to buy time against somebody that was much bigger until others could jump in. It ended up being other spectators that jumped in and stopped it. We're in a situation where horrendous evil is being done to Tina, And we cannot, at this point, wait for normal justice to arrive. Something extraordinary needs to happen. And I believe the only person that actually can take that action at this point in time is, in fact, President Trump. He said extreme measures. I think we're there. And it will be my encouragement tomorrow morning. The call lines open at 10 a.m. Eastern and go to 3 p.m. Eastern. And I'm going to ask here and on other shows through the course of the week that everybody, set your alarm clock and call over there and try to get through once. Those are volunteers that man those phone lines. So you want to be courteous to them. But let the president know, remind him that, you said if she wasn't free, you'd take extreme measures. You've said it enough times. Talk's cheap at a certain point in time. Apparently, they think even the executive or the pardon is cheap. So we need to up the game somehow. Please find a way. It's time. And we can deal with the rest of these issues. But she is the national treasure. She's a superhero. And the most amazing heroes in a wartime situation are the ones that they are normal, everyday Americans that find themselves in extraordinary conditions and operate in an extraordinary manner. That's Tina. We have to protect that and encourage it in all the rest of the people coming forward. Even in the call I just had just before I came on the show here, something extraordinary is happening, and we need to reinforce it when people do these extraordinary things, just like with Tina. The other thing
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations. Genocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities, said Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. This a glimpse of a surviving hostage of Israeli prisons. Palestinian journalist Ali al-Samoudi was recently released from Israeli prison, where he was held for a year without charge and without a trial. Samoudi was among 105 Palestinian journalists who have been held in Israeli prisons without charges since October 2023. There were 33 who were still in the Israeli prisons that don't provide even basic nutritional needs, beat prisoners and refuse them medical treatment. We held a Palestine marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. President Trump has always said that in this war of good against evil, Israel would be last to overcome the evil. Although the US and Israel have stood together against Iran, Trump has plans for Netanyahu, and they don't include war in other nations such as Netanyahu wishes. As commander-in-chief of the worldwide military alliance, Trump has activated his wartime powers, and deployed the U.S. military and a coalition of 300,000 troops worldwide to make mass arrests of treasonous global elites. Be prepared for worldwide emergency alerts, blackouts and 10 days of communication darkness. Temporary martial law alert, because we're under attack by fake news and traitors within. Soon the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will activate worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with the sounds of 7 trumpets. Then President Trump will give out 7 different messages about our new era of freedom. This is not the end, it's a new beginning. After 10 days of communication darkness where evils across the globe will be revealed and dealt with, the world will never be the same. We will have a new republic, plus new economic, legal, health, political, and education systems. Stay calm and safe. Stock up on food, cash and essentials. Trust the plan. President Donald J. Trump has already exposed to humanity how we are being lied to by the news media, how we are being abused by criminal governments, how so-called healthcare was more evil than the mafia and that elections worldwide were manipulated to position agents of evil. He appointed RFK Jr. to reform healthcare and the food industry, stop the Israeli plot to launch a nuclear world war from Iran, and even used Israel to end their own nefarious plans. Hilarious. The president ended the era of censorship and restored free speech so the truth can roar free, blew the whistle on Jeffrey Epstein, had him arrested and played the Democrats to demand the release of the files and ended the extreme fraud in the government, where trillions of dollars of tax money were laundered to fund all evil worldwide. Trump had the biggest drug barons in the world arrested and declared full-blown war on the drug cartels, vowing to end drug dealing worldwide, ended the funding of transgender madness, which was destroying millions of defenseless children. Removed the USA from the WHO, so their agenda for world domination, ended all nefarious research to develop new bioweapons, and closed the secret biowarfare labs. He blasted the World Economic Forum to their face and ended their agenda for world tyranny, kicked the legs from underneath the United Nations, effectively ending their plot to play a key role in a planned world government, ended the invasion of hundreds of millions of illegal immigrants, which is a key strategy of the cabal to destroy nations and pave the way for a one-world state. President Trump stopped the climate change hoax, which was meant to be the next excuse for world tyranny, restored prayer and the Christian faith in America and ended violent persecution of Christians in other nations. Yes, this is the man who did all that and 1,000 times more amazing things to end the rule of evil worldwide, and because of this, he is being hated, smeared, betrayed and mocked like nobody in history. But those who have a clear vision are in awe of what is happening. The future is so beautiful, we have no idea. U.S. Department of Labor on Telegram. The White Hats have seized control. This week President Trump stated, "We are gonna need more popcorn this weekend." The Starlink satellite system now has complete control of our new financial system and TV, radio and internet broadcasts were locked, loaded and functioning. The old fiat currency SWIFT global financial system has been shut down, while the new gold/asset-backed financial system was functioning worldwide. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, overrides every screen and phone worldwide. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Soon the EBS would announce over cell phones, TV, radio and internet worldwide that sometime in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be in a place of their choice for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Planes, trains will be shut down. Be prepared, but if you do not have essentials like food and water to last during the lockdown, the military will supply what is needed. The EBS will broadcast over all TV, radio and internet across the globe, a Nizara/Jazara announcement, followed by 8-hour documentaries of disclosure truth bombs rotating 24/7 over TV, radio and internet. This will continue for 10 to 12 days while temporary martial law was imposed to protect us so the global military alliance could make mass arrests of treasonous deep state global elites. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Monday, May 11, 2026, evidence that Donald Trump may in fact be the commander-in-chief of our republic and has been since elected to office in 2016, per federal laws and orders, quantum financial system on Telegram. Yes, the national emergency declared by President Trump on September 12, 2018 and Executive Order 13,848 is still active. It was most recently extended by President Joe Biden in September 2024. The declaration activates specific statutes that grant the executive branch additional powers or flexibility to address the emergency. During a national emergency, numerous laws provide the president with special authorities, including economic, trade and military. Emergencies enable the reallocation of funds or resources to address the crisis. Since September 12, 2018, the following federal statutes provided Donald Trump special authorities: National Emergencies Act, NEA, Framework for Declaring, Conducting, and Terminating National Emergencies. International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, allows the President to regulate commerce after declaring a national emergency with respect to any unusual and extraordinary threat to U.S. interests. Stafford Act, authorizes the President to provide federal assistance for state and local governments in the event of disasters. Trading with the Enemy Act, TWEA, gives authority over foreign assets and financial transactions during emergencies. Defense Production Act empowers the President to prioritize and control the allocation of strategic resources, including production and distribution for national defense. Public Health Service Act grants authority for public health emergencies. War Powers Resolution. During a national emergency where the security of the homeland is threatened, the President's military-related authorities are significantly expanded to include 1. Deployment of forces, National Guard, use the National Guard under federal control, Title 10 status, for domestic operations if authorized by Congress or under certain emergency statutes. Active duty military, deploy active duty forces within the U.S. for national defense purposes, though this is highly regulated due to the Posse Comitatus Act, which restricts the military's role in domestic law enforcement. 2. Mobilization, reservists, call up reserve components of the military for active duty, civilian personnel, activate civilians with military experience or skills through various emergency powers. 3. Command and control, unified command, establish unified command structures for responding to the emergency, potentially integrating various branches of military, federal, state, and local agencies. 4. Defense production, invoke the Defense Production Act to prioritize production and allocation of resources necessary for defense and emergency response, including directing private sector companies. 5. Infrastructure protection, deploy military engineers and units to protect or repair critical infrastructure. 6. Airspace and maritime control, control airspace, potentially including establishing no-fly zones. Maritime interdiction or control of ports and waterways if necessary. F. On Monday, May 11, 2026 at 11:11 a.m. EST, the grid locked into Unity frequency. All systems went green. The QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world is now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. Web 3.0 ISO 20022 on Telegram. High-risk accounts were flagged and frozen. Names known only to military intelligence are now public in sealed drop files. Gitmo is full. New locations have been activated offshore for tribunal overflow. Justice is no longer a future promise. It's happening right now. Meanwhile, new school programs are rolling out under consciousness directives. No more indoctrination. No more lies. Children will be taught who they truly are, not who they were told to be. Prepare for the next phase. When the power resets and comes back on, nothing will be the same. New screens. New maps. New mission. You are part of the greatest transfer of power in human history. Act accordingly. Stand tall. The world is watching. Sovereign United States of America, Sunday, May 11, 2026. Breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Poole on Telegram. In a historic move, President Donald J. Trump has invoked his authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. He has declared U.S. Incorporated dissolved and restored America as a sovereign constitutional republic under common law. The era of foreign-controlled corporate rule, globalist occupation, and admiralty law is over. Patriots know this represents the dismantling of the very system that has enslaved the country through debt and deception for generations. The Declaration of Authority and Summons, issued and signed by Trump, is legal, binding, and active. It marks the rebirth of the republic the patriots have long fought to restore. This is the fulfillment of what many have prayed and worked toward in silence. President Trump has reasserted command over the military. Under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, all flag officers are bound to obey the lawful orders of the Commander-in-Chief. This bypasses corrupt channels and directly realigns the armed forces with true constitutional principles. Drawing on sovereign rights under common law, rooted in natural law and God-given rights, Trump returns the nation to its founding principles beyond corporate statutes. This shift empowers the people and removes the legal fictions that allowed external control. All flag officers are summoned to assemble in Virginia on October 25, 2026. This assembly in the Republic's birthplace reaffirms allegiance and restores military unity under constitutional authority, away from deep state influence. It is a key step in securing the future of the nation. Trump has directed the closure or transfer of military outposts abroad tied to British Commonwealth contracts. This ends foreign control and resets U.S. military operations to serve American interests exclusively. The order upholds the President's duty to the Constitution and the people. Officers and servants must choose the Republic or face treason consequences for failing to honor their oaths. The U.S. incorporated fraud, built on debt, slavery and endless wars, is defunct. Common law is re-established. The military realigns with Trump. The deep state is legally overthrown at last. This is the moment of victory for patriots. The Republic returns, sovereign and free once more. America stands independent under true constitutional rule, bringing hope and renewal to all who love this country. Global Currency Reset Monday, May 11, 2026. Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, notification to set exchange/redemption appointments have started. On Wednesday, May 6, 2026 at 3 o'clock UTC, the QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. 72 hours ago, Redemption Center staff activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. Monday, May 11, 2026. The global financial system is being rewritten this week. China has been hoarding gold for 18 consecutive months. The U.S. gold at Fort Knox was just confirmed impure and unusable. BRICS Pay went live May 4. Trump lands in Beijing May 14. The Fed chair changes May 15. Every single piece is moving to the same square on the same day. The old world ends quietly, Mr. Poole, final chapter moan. May 11, 2026. Judy Byington, S.G. Anon, David Rodriguez, Gene Decode, Massive Financial Shift Ahead 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking now. Fed meltdown, Jerome Powell accused of holding America's central bank hostage amid explosive corruption probe. Monday, May 11, 2026. Game over, the Fed is dead, gold reset ignites global financial uprising as fiat collapses worldwide. GCR 2026 is live. Monday, May 11, 2026. The signal, they told you to look for the sequence. You were promised it would come quick. Most of them were told they'd miss it. Pay attention, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. May 8, 162 secret UFO files declassified. The Pentagon unlocked the vault. May 8, Russian-Ukrainian ceasefire. 2,000 prisoners on their way home. May 9, WHO withdrawal completed. Medical leash cut. May 10, Trump rejected Iran's peace terms. Called them totally unacceptable. The war machine is being pushed into a corner. May 11, China's foreign ministry confirms Trump's Beijing visit. He's flying into the capital of the dragon. 5 days. 5 dominoes. This is not new. This is an action. Now here's what they're not showing you on any screen. Tier 4B notifications have started. Not soon. Not any day now. 72 hours ago, Redemption Center staff were activated across 12 states. Biometric verification terminals are online. The QFS ledger synchronized to the new ISO 20022 protocol on May 6 at 3 o'clock UTC. Internal Treasury Ref, QFS Sync 2026-0506 Alpha. The Fed chair switches in 4 days. Kevin Warsh takes the seat. Same day Trump meets with Xi in Beijing. That room kills the old dollar. What comes out is gold-backed, quantum verified and already loaded into accounts you don't even know you have yet. Jazar Article 19, live. The debt cancellation routines are in progress. Mortgage. Student loan. Credit cards. The algorithm is calculating what was robbed from you with unlawful interest since 1971. All the dollars owed back to you are being coded into your QFS wallet right now. They said this day would never come. They told you to quit dreaming. They told you the system was forever. Monday, May 11, 2026. Disturbing report. Epstein survivor breaks silence on elite cult network. Bill Clinton named Pastor Bob Joyce, Elvis, on Telegram. A new wave of explosive allegations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's inner circle is reigniting public outrage after survivor Anya Wick came forward with disturbing claims about ritual abuse, elite trafficking networks, psychological conditioning, and powerful figures allegedly tied to the operation. According to Wick, born Anya Beth Epstein, she grew up trapped inside what she describes as a multi-generational abuse system hidden behind wealth, influence, and institutional protection. Her testimony paints a horrifying picture: drug-induced memory suppression, psychological programming, ritualized abuse and a hidden network allegedly servicing politicians, billionaires, intelligence-linked figures, and global elites. At the center of the allegations once again stands Jeffrey Epstein, but Witt claims Epstein was never the true mastermind. She describes him instead as the visible public face of a much larger machine operating behind layers of political protection and social influence. Among the names she references is former President Bill Clinton, who she alleges visited locations connected to the trafficking network. No evidence has been publicly presented supporting criminal charges tied to these specific claims, but the accusations are already detonating across alternative media and online political circles. Witt further alleges that investigators, courts, and federal agencies repeatedly ignored, suppressed, or dismissed testimony connected to the network. For years, critics of the Epstein case have argued the scandal exposed something far deeper than one man's crimes, a protection system surrounding the powerful themselves. The resurfacing of these claims is intensifying renewed public anger over sealed files, unanswered questions, missing accountability, and the belief that elite networks operated for decades above the law. The allegations also revive long-running debates surrounding intelligence connections, blackmail operations, Hollywood influence, and institutional corruption tied to Epstein's global network. Supporters of full disclosure argue the American public still has not seen the complete truth behind the Epstein operation, including who financed it, who protected it, and who benefited from it politically. As pressure grows for additional file releases and further investigations, the Epstein scandal continues evolving from a criminal case into something far larger in the eyes of millions, a symbol of elite immunity, hidden power structures, and a justice system many believe failed to expose the full network. Whether future investigations confirm or reject these claims, one reality remains undeniable: the Epstein story is far from over and the public demand for answers is only getting louder. What we think we know. As of Tuesday, May 12, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Fox News, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reveals the Cuban government turned down a $100 million humanitarian aid offer as the country continues to face dire circumstances. We've offered the regime their $100 million of humanitarian aid that, unfortunately, so far, they have not agreed to distribute to the people in Cuba. So, we did the hurricane relief, but we're offering more, and it's the regime that's not accepting it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Deep state panic, new congressional map reveals fair districts, 280 Republicans versus 156 Democrats. Video May 11, 2026, Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Marco Rubio exposes Zelensky as a liar on the world stage. That's a lie and he knows it. Monday, May 11, 2026. Breaking special report, House detonation. Congress passes major America First bill giving President Trump new power to protect U.S. property abroad. May 11, 2026. Monday, May 11, 2026. Boom. Julian Assange drops truth bomb. There is no dirt to release on Donald Trump. Globalists have nothing, he is everything. Checkmate. Monday, May 11, 2026. Classified, top secret, high-level intel, how Hillary Clinton sold America out, and Obama ordered the cover-up to save himself. Monday, May 11, 2026. Confirmed, epidemiologist Nicholas Huscher says ivermectin and fenbendazole are showing documented stage 4 cancer remissions. Big Pharma cannot ignore this anymore. Monday, May 11, 2026. Update. Mass arrests across the United States right now, more deep state operatives taken into custody, military tribunals now active. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Mass arrests of deep state operatives across the United States have intensified in May 2026. President Trump ordered these operations directly from the White House using secure military channels that bypassed compromised elements in the DOJ and FBI. Raids occurred in Virginia, Maryland, New York, California, Texas, and Georgia. Marine Special Operations teams supported by the Defense Intelligence Agency carried them out after NSA intercepts. Virginia raids secured a former Biden-era official and BlackRock executives. Servers showed billions moved to election offices in key states with evidence of manipulated logs and payments to officials. Northern Virginia arrests took down a CIA station chief and deputy for domestic surveillance and FISA abuses targeting Trump teams, with funding from lawfare networks. New York captured an FBI assistant director and tech executives who suppressed America First content and coordinated foreign national entries. Targets are now at military facilities in Quantico and South Carolina facing daily UCMJ tribunals with solid evidence including financial records and intercepted communications. Convictions result in asset seizures funding billions for border barriers and military bonuses. President Trump receives morning briefings and has expanded the list. Operations remain silent to safeguard evidence. These arrests drive current successes like high deportation numbers, surging energy production, and manufacturing reshoring. Americans see benefits in lower fuel prices and improved safety in cities. Further raids will target Education Department holdovers and dark money foundations. Each removal strengthens American sovereignty through these precise strikes. President Trump is delivering the justice the people voted for in 2024. The deep state collapses under pressure while the republic stands stronger every day. Monday, May 11, 2026. Barack Obama arrives at 10 Downing Street to meet with senior UK political and intelligence security officials. Red Pill Project on Telegram. This unannounced trip comes just days after bombshell declassified intelligence by DNI Tulsi Gabbard confirming that Barack Obama led a treasonous conspiracy against the duly elected president with the intent to overthrow the United States government. Obama traveled to London, England, multiple times. The seditious conspiracy against Donald J. Trump was plotted in England by the CIA and elements of British intelligence. It was executed by John Brennan and Gina Haspel, who was the head of the CIA London station at the time. And here he is, campaigning on another coup against the United States government with world leaders. Monday, May 11, 2026. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announces new changes for military contractors. The rabbit hole on Telegram. Bureaucrats will no longer be able to negotiate defense contracts. Defense companies now just pay to build their own factories, their own factory expansions, assembly lines, and manufacturing plants instead of taxpayers. Companies that fail to deliver will be held responsible. Companies that fail to deliver may be replaced with new contractors. Defense companies can no longer have taxpayers pay to build their factories and then charge us for the product. No more cost overruns. This is huge. It's simple. We're putting the American taxpayer first by offering you a better deal. We now move at the speed of business, not bureaucracy. A lot of bureaucrats that have been getting filthy rich off deals are going to be pissed. This video is reposted from the website, urdailyblog.com. Saturday, May 9, 2026. Palestinian update from Mazen Koumsieh, professor, founder, and volunteer, director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. Speaking up for Palestine, Nakba, we commemorate the large-scale ethnic cleansing that accompanied the declaration of a Jewish apartheid state May 15, 1948. I have relatives who lost their homes in Jaffa, a city that was largely ethnically cleansed and subsumed into Tel Aviv. This coming week is also my birthday, and as in all such days we remember our mothers. My mom's last day included few words she could utter, but one was the name of her friend Haib al-Bisi, massacred in Deir Yassin by Zionist forces April 9, 1948. While my body ages, I still try to keep the pace as a full-time volunteer, 7 days a week, 15 hours per day, and donor at the Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability. Soon we open the new Museum of Natural History and new Heritage Garden. Thus, for those who contemplate sending birthday wishes or gifts, please consider supporting this project, financially, logistically, in kind, by visiting, by volunteering, etc. The level of horrors in the ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing in Palestine and Lebanon is truly shocking and well documented by all human rights organizations as well as the UN. Rapes, terror, pogroms, ecocide, carpet bombing and erasing communities. This a glimpse of surviving hostages? Yet the resilience is staggering. Yesterday we held the Palestine Marathon in both Gaza and Bethlehem to end the genocide and for freedom. Watch, I know you can get frustrated and depressed occasionally, but please keep speaking and acting for Palestine. It is making a difference. It is trickling up to political leaders. Even Saudi Arabia just denied use of its airspace for Israel Epstein, U.S. military. Again, please keep writing, speaking, donating, and acting. The ripple effect is spreading and hundreds of millions are acting and making a difference. Note for those in Norway, Jesse and I will be traveling to Norway in June, next month, to give talks. Let us know if you are there and can help. Thank you and stay humane, act, and keep hope in Palestine alive. In other news, as of 00:01 a.m. EST Sunday, May 10, 2026, the White House triggered the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, to go live across Starlink, overriding all mainstream narratives, while the quantum financial system fully synchronized with Nizara-Jazara protocols. MAGA Intel Hub on Telegram. Mass arrests of deep state operatives continue in silence. High-profile names were already in custody under military tribunals. The cabal's last attempt to block the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness incoming to protect the people, while truth bombs drop via EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance is in control. Gold-backed currencies are alive. Debt jubilee activated. Humanitarian funds released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor. Stock up on water, food, batteries and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light wins. God wins. Trump wins. We the people win. WWG1 forever. A. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, May 10, 2026, FBI Director Kash Patel talks about what he's proved Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama did. It took me 2 years of my life to prove that a political party in the United States of America in the 21st century would go overseas and hire some bogus intelligence asset to manufacture fraudulent, fake unverified information. Funnel it to not just the intelligence community, but the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and then take those packaged lies that they had paid for with campaign finance funds, and go into a secret surveillance court and illegally spy on your opponent to be the next president of the United States. Sunday, May 10, 2026, 563 strikes that killed around 3,797 people, including children and U.S. citizens. This is just a fraction of assassinations considering Obama and Brennan's weekly Tuesday morning kill list meeting. Be possible timing. On Sunday, May 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, final confirmation transmissions were issued to military commands in 27 countries. Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Sunday, May 10, 2026 48-hour warning to when lights go out in Tehran, screens go dark in Davos and Brussels, in every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down, one after another. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. See Sunday, May 10, 2026 The Sequence, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. You're not watching random events. You're watching a military-grade operation unfold in real time. Let me show you the board. Monday. Wednesday. 162 classified UFO files declassified. 70 years of lies ripped open. Apollo transcripts. Infrared footage from 5 continents. The Pentagon said draw your own conclusions. They've never said that before. Why now? Because the old gatekeepers no longer control the narrative. Thursday, U.S. Navy fires on Iranian tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. 2 vessels disabled. Oil blockade enforced. Iran's economy suffocating. No UN vote. No congressional debate. Just action. Trump told them the terms. They refused. Now they're watching their ships burn. Friday, 3-day ceasefire. Russia-Ukraine. 1,000 prisoners from each side coming home. Trump called it the beginning of the end. The war Biden spent $200 billion failing to stop, ended with 2 phone calls and a Truth Social post. 4 days. 4 moves. 4 pillars of the old world. Dismantled. Medical control, gone. Information control, gone. Energy control, gone. War machine, gone. This is not politics. This is not diplomacy. This is a controlled demolition of the old world order. Every move was planned. Every date was chosen. The sequence was set before any of us knew what we were watching. They told you nothing would change. They told you to trust the institutions. They told you one man couldn't do it. Look at your screen right now. He's doing IT. Next in the sequence, China-Taiwan. June. Watch. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns, Saturday, May 9, 2026 CBS, emergency broadcast system. What event can initiate it? 1. Iraq dinar reinstatement. 2. Evergrande collapse. 3. Gorges Dam collapse, 5. Stock market collapse, 6. China takes to weighing, 7. Election decertification, 8. Nuclear war, 9. QFS, accounts, 10. Q phones. F global currency reset on Sunday, May 10, 2026. Starlink powered the emergency broadcast system, exposing cabal crimes. Martial law enables worldwide arrests of the guilty. On Monday, May 11, 2026, Tier 4B notifications could arrive with new rates. Wednesday, May 6, 2026 CBS activation, the global reset has arrived. Every citizen globally will receive notification via text and email to set appointments at redemption centers worldwide, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Thursday, May 7, 2026 Bruce, the big call, likely either Mon or twos for Tier 4B appointments to start. Bolivar, Dinar, Dong, Zim and 41 currencies on redemption center screen. G Sunday, May 10, 2026 The gold. They're pulling it out. Quietly. Systematically. Every major nation on earth is withdrawing their gold from American vaults, and no one is asking why. France, 129 tons. Gone from the NY Fed. India, 104 tons in 6 months. Germany. Netherlands. Now it's accelerating. Q1 2026, central banks bought 244 tons of gold, the strongest quarter in recorded history. They're not buying gold because they like shiny things. They know what's coming. Move 1. Trump and Musk demanded a Fort Knox audit in February. 3 weeks of headlines. Then, silence. No results. No report. It vanished from every news cycle overnight. What kind of discovery makes the most powerful men in the world go quiet? Move 2. The Mises Institute just confirmed, the bulk of Fort Knox gold consists of impure non-standard bars that don't qualify for international transactions. The gold backing the most powerful economy on Earth cannot be used in the global system. Degraded. Diluted. Or not what they say it is. Move 3, May 4, 2026, BRICS launched BRICS Pay. Blockchain-based. Dollar-independent. Operational now. 9 nations. 3.5 billion people. A payment system that doesn't need the US dollar. SWIFT's monopoly ended on a Sunday and nobody told you. Move 4, internal Treasury correspondence, leaked April 22, references Protocol 7, asset reconciliation. Sovereign gold holdings cross-referenced against QFS digital ledger entries. The audit didn't disappear. It moved classified. What they found isn't being hidden, it's being prepared as evidence. The nations are pulling their gold because they were told to. When the dollar resets, only those holding real assets survive. The vault is empty. The world knows. The clock is running. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held, precisely 120 days post the Jazara announcement. The focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market. Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to. Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them. Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first, stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food, not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines. Get them in advance. Remember, the digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps. Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content. Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis. A world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The Internet. Transformed. Banking systems. Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance. A veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watched The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off, with a scripted drama unfolding since 2015, or perhaps even earlier. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking special report. Obama's worst week yet, Starmer collapses in UK, Virginia court destroys rigged Democrat map, and the globalist machine starts cracking. Sunday, May 10, 2025, boom. Explosive deep state alert, Trump calls Comey's 8,647 seashell stunt pathetic. As federal threat investigation explodes, May 10, 202. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking, we are going to stop this crime, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. declares war on chemtrails, pressures Trump to ban toxic skies. Sunday, May 10, 2025, breaking alert, FBI detonation, Kash Patel confirms James Comey faces felony charges over threat against President Trump. Sunday, May 10, 2025, exposed, billionaire blood cleaning and the elite's hidden health rituals, health secrets. Sunday, May 10, 2025, national security bombshell, national security bombshell Obama under federal criminal investigation, the DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. And Sunday, May 10, 2026 boom. Shocking Senate expose, $1 trillion in taxpayer money stolen annually, funding terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods, the MAGA King on Telegram. A shocking Senate expose reveals that over $1 trillion in U.S. taxpayer money is stolen annually by the deep state. This enormous fraud funnels funds directly into terrorism, child trafficking, and luxury goods for criminals, forcing hard-working Americans to pay the price for this treason hidden in plain sight. The deep state functions as an operational machine embedded in federal agencies, third-party contractors, intelligence-linked NGOs, and digital ghost identities. They design the system to be untraceable, exploiting chaos and complexity so stolen dollars advance their goals of power and control. This infrastructure enables criminal sovereignty. This theft stands as the biggest heist in history, with $1 trillion lost each year to fraud. The staggering rate includes $115 million vanishing every hour, 1.9 million every minute, and 32,000 every second. None of it supports American infrastructure, veterans, or citizens. Instead, it finances enemies through terrorism, trafficking, luxury purchases, drugs, yachts, and NGO fronts. Witness testimony exposes how California sent billions to Hamas-linked groups and Minnesota directed funds to Somalia, with national programs losing track of money crossing borders to support extremism. The system hemorrhages taxpayer wealth to fund the nation's adversaries. Hundreds of billions reach traffickers who buy children with American subsidies, create fake identities for phantom recipients, and shield human slavery networks via bureaucracy. Fraudsters easily infiltrate unaudited programs like unemployment benefits and loans. Facing almost zero chance of prosecution at just 0.1%. Real Americans, like the electrician working long hours and paying taxes, watch their money buy yachts and Lamborghinis for criminals or enable child trafficking abroad. This occurs under the cover of aid programs. Experts propose solutions such as strict identity verification, mass recertification, independent audits, and Secret Service intervention. Yet the political elite refuse to act because the fraud benefits them and the global machine. Taxpayers are funding not public services but a criminal enterprise that rewards terror and enslaves innocents. $1 trillion gone yearly, 115 million hourly. The refusal to stop it marks this as treason. In other news, evidently the Democrat deep state still plans to install Harris in the U.S. presidency ahead of Trump's inauguration. And then declare martial law so the Illuminati puppets can stay in power to inflict their Satan-worshipping deep state agenda. If that didn't work, they had even more Trump assassination plots in the mix. It was discovered that the deep state's military FEMA ordered staff not to help Florida hurricane victims if they had Trump signs in their yards. Worse, and what was not reported in the mainstream media fake news was that FEMA had 350 trailers sitting at Oscoda's Wurtsmith Airport. Along with a military-grade arsenal, plus had built underground prisons, hidden bunkers and detention centers ready to use for removal of hurricane victims as part of their depopulation agenda. The grid, while you were watching the wars and the files, something else happened. Elon Musk built a parallel communication system for the entire planet. And it just went live. 650 direct-to-cell satellites. Your phone can connect to them without a tower. Without Wi-Fi. Without your internet provider. T-Mobile activated it quietly last week. No press conference. Just a page that went live overnight. Every cell tower on Earth just became optional. Move 1. SpaceX filed permits for a $55 billion chip fabrication facility in Texas. A terafab, the largest semiconductor plant ever proposed on American soil. They're not building satellites anymore. They're building the hardware for an entirely new global infrastructure. One man. No telecom cartel. No kill switch. Move 2. Remember when they shut down the internet in Iran, Myanmar, Kazakhstan? Every time a population rose up, they cut communications first. That can never happen again. Starlink bypasses every ground-based kill switch. Iranians are smuggling terminals into the country right now to beat the blackout. The old control grid is already being routed around. Move 3, Executive Order 14327, signed March 14, 2026, designated Starlink as critical national security infrastructure. Same classification as nuclear command systems. Same as NORAD. Why would a commercial internet service need the same protection as America's nuclear arsenal? Unless it's not just internet. Internal SpaceX documents reference a protocol called Guardian, Global Uninterruptible Alert and Response Distributed Information Network. FCC Experimental License CX 2026-0041. Frequency, 37.5 to 42.0 GHz, the same band reserved for emergency alert systems. They didn't build an internet company. They built the EBS replacement. When the old grid goes dark, and it will, you won't lose signal. You'll gain truth. The blackout isn't something to fear. It's the moment the old system loses its last weapon. Sunday, May 10, 2026. Breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes, Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations, full list and documents, Juan 07 on Telegram. A political firestorm explodes as the Venezuela list alleges 60 U.S. senators took multi-million bribes from Maduro's narco-terror regime, exposing deep state corruption and betrayal of the American people. Hugo Carvajal in U.S. custody reveals the regime's war on America with drugs, Trenda Aragua gangs, and Smartmatic for election fraud. Senators were bought. Trump and Pete Hegseth counter with fentanyl strikes, senator asset seizures, and Smartmatic disruptions to destroy the deep state. This is the Republic fighting back. Patriots with Trump see the Venezuela list bringing the deep state's collapse and restoration of justice. Sunday, May 10, 2026. From 1969 to 1990, Michael Aquino was lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves and was a psychological warfare specialist. He also worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, as a program analyst. Most importantly, Aquino was a self-proclaimed Satanist who was serving in the U.S. military, Pentagon insider on Telegram. Aquino worked together with Anton LaVey, who is one of the founders of the Church of Satan itself. He later started his own satanic church, known as the Temple of Set. Sunday, May 10, 2026, breaking. UFO files released, Secret military records about UFO encounters finally public, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump forced the release of the first batch of classified UFO files today. This brings military sighting reports, pilot encounter records, and official documents on unidentified aerial phenomena to the American public. Decades of government secrecy are finally exposed. The Department of War released over 160 files spanning nearly 80 years. These contain Apollo mission transcripts describing jagged angular fragments in space and intelligence on anomalous objects buzzing American skies and military assets. Trump launched the Pursue Directive, the presidential unsealing and reporting system for unidentified aerial phenomenon encounters. Agencies were ordered to provide all materials on alien activity, unidentified aerial phenomenon, and UFOs. Files reveal objects outperforming aircraft in speed and maneuverability. Encounters include shutting down nuclear systems and tracking submarines with advanced intelligence. The deep state fought disclosure to control information and protect secret programs. Bureaucrats discredited witnesses to hide threats from citizens. Trump broke through by delivering raw truth directly to the people. This empowers citizens and bolsters America First sovereignty. Intrusion patterns show objects descending, hovering against the wind, and accelerating rapidly. Records indicate surveillance of U.S. military and space operations. These findings stress the importance of strong national defenses under Trump leadership. He dismantles bureaucratic walls that past presidents upheld. Action began on day one of the new term as promised. Upcoming releases in coming weeks will continue revealing records and challenge globalist secrecy. American citizens gain validation for their sightings and veterans receive long overdue vindication. Technologies like transmedium travel require focused investments in defense capabilities. Power shifts permanently from unelected insiders to the public. Evidence of risks to infrastructure supports key breakthroughs. Results come where excuses once prevailed. Deep state influence fades as truths surface. Trump safeguards the homeland. The disclosure fight advances, making America stronger since Donald Trump ended the bureaucrats' hold on these secrets.
So when you tie all this in, the military government, and you hear President Trump say all roads lead to Obama, people have to remember as well, I think it could be something, and I'm not trying to be combative towards anybody's, analysis of what it could be, but I do agree with the July the 4th because that's a big day, and I think that we have to start making a massive turn before then.
I think Kash Patel's going to need a small warehouse filled with handcuffs. Derek Johnson, do you care to weigh in on the low-lying fruit leading to Obama arrests? Are they really coming? Your viewpoint of potentially when?
Well, I agree. I mean, you look at our ages. I mean, I'm obviously the youngest one on the panel. I get to brag, I guess, a little bit here about something. But 250 is a big deal while we're living here. The odds that we'll see 275, 300. I mean, you don't even have to live your full life. I mean, God's in control of that. But 250 is a big deal for a constitutional republic. And this is all of President Trump's legacy. I remind people, I have the ball cap right back here, but I remind people the 45-47, that's his whole legacy. So there's the operational side that we talk about, obviously the applications of the military government, and then there's the actual what people are seeing, right? So there's the two timelines that are running. And so 2016, I've told everybody 2020 was not, this is what my books and what the whole President Trump presidency, and it's not a real presidency, it's a wartime president, supreme commander. I've told everybody 2016 was the theft. That was where the coup was tried back there. That was it. All right. And they just reran it again because why not? We have a thing called the military government. It's lawful. The Constitution supports it. And when we get done with all this, people will appreciate it. And if they don't, well, we might need to examine their heads as well when we get done with this. But Comey, I was just brought it up where people could see, but Comey's last post on X is June 2025. I mean, and so here's a guy, you can't see it through the glare, but here's a guy that's got 1.1 million followers, right? If you have 1.1 million followers and you lived in the days of Obama and Bush and back, right? That was the mudslinging days. And that was the heavy, heavy drama. That was your real Smith. Right now, people think media is, but the media are under a wartime code. It's the 47 U.S. Code, Section 606, which is a national mercy statute power. And that's why it's such an awesome flex that President Trump, he really wouldn't even have to issue one single executive order with a national mercy, because there was over 25 when he stepped into office that were open. So all he had to do was enforce the law, even if it would have been a real presidency, but it's not. So that's why you got to tie in the Executive Order 13848, September the 12th, 2018, with the national mercy and vote in it for election interference. All right, and there's a key line in it that people need to focus on. It says, although no foreign power has altered the outcome, or, that little conjunction is very key, or the tabulations, all right, which is January the 6th. All right, that's what vote tabulation day is. No foreign power has altered the outcome or vote tabulation in any U.S. history election. So they're telling you right there that, hey, our enemy is within. President Trump started making those proclamations in March 2020. We've been invaded. We've been invaded. We've been invaded. November the 15th, 2022, which was the night he announced candidacy for 2024, which is all, once again, when you know this stuff, that was way too early in another manner. But that was on the anniversary of our Articles of Confederation, November the 15th, 1777. So everything President Trump's doing is showing different symbols the right way, the good way. And like today, it came out that he is related to the king. And I was trolling all the people on X going, oh, I thought he was the Antichrist. Now he's got the bloodline to the king. The bloodline to the Antichrist, according to the Bible, is not anything English related. So, all those things, it's serious because it's what they're showing people. So that executive order, September the 12th, 2018, 2 months later, the National Guard cybersecurity teams are going to the election polls. All right. Well, we also have a Title 18 code in there that says that any one of us, all of us service members, we can't get in our uniform and go down to the poll and convince you to vote, whether we're retired, whether we're active, reserve, National Guard. That's also a federal crime. So if you're at the polls, or which these guys will be in trucks and different things in different places if they were remotely close, but they would be in operative vehicles for that. But still, just for the target audience out there, they're still active at these 14 to 39 states were active, 2018, 2020, 2022, 2024. So the first time in U.S. history, election history, we're having the National Guard involved. And if people knew what they do, we have all the forensics. We work on analog, not digital, so we can capture any kind of adding or subtracting of votes. So why would quote unquote Joe have the National Guard at the polls in 2022 and 2024 on a President Trump executive order with a national mercy? That wouldn't make sense if President Trump is a king, a Nazi, a dictator, and all those things. That wouldn't make sense. And then also for the veterans out there, this is why I was so hard right out the gate with the veterans, is that, look, if you're going to come at me and, oh, I didn't serve long enough and I didn't do this and I didn't, well, it's going to look worse on you because I didn't serve as long as you, because quote unquote Joe does not have one single Title 10 invocation from 21 to 25. He doesn't have a Title 32 funding from 21 to 25. Everything's operating on President Trump. And then, even though this is off subject, it still ties in just the recent quote unquote shooting. The articles, mainstream articles, are talking about a line of succession. Why are we talking about a line of succession? Most people don't even know what that is. Well, the line of succession is important because quote unquote Joe never had an order of succession with the Department of War or the National Security Council, which would be, so when you tie all this in, the military government, and you hear President Trump say all roads lead to Obama, people have to remember as well, I think it could be something, and I'm not trying to be combative towards anybody's, analysis of what it could be, but I do agree with the July the 4th because that's a big day. And I think that we have to start making a massive turn before then. And then, but when you hear all roads lead to Obama, what if though? What if they used Obama in a different manner, where they brought him out and made him, basically have a guilty conscience, or maybe he's the one who spills all the beans, something of that manner. Because look how, if you went up to every Democrat or liberal on the street and said, pick one, You only have what? You have two options, one choice: Clinton's or Obama. Liberals would dump the Clintons so quick. They think Obama's a great speaker, a great father, a great husband, a great president. What if you flip it in another irregular manner and you make him come out, be the one that remember on the night show where he read off President Trump's tweet? He said, well, at least I'll go down as a president, and he dropped the phone like a mic drop. Well, what if they make him come out and be the one that's speaking to the world in another manner? All roads lead to Obama. I think it could be an ultimate troll move by President Trump where it's more light. It's going to be heavy with the tribunals and that, yes, but light from the standpoint of the approach for the people as well, who, like Josh was saying, the people out there, they don't have a clue what's going on. They won't listen to some of us. So somehow they got to spin it in a way that's not so doomsday on this, in the sense of getting their attention, but then the actual trials. So the Charlie Kirk thing, that is so perfect what they did with people. No one talked about the bullet. No one talked about the gore, right? They didn't even say, man, why are they showing this on TV? They've never shown this before. They're getting people ready for the quick trials that way, but they also could do it in another way of saying, all right, let's make Obama be the one spill the beans. I don't know. It could be. That's where Jacob talking about the layers and the strategies and tactics, irregular warfare, unconventional. Someone could be good, bad. You're never going to know until the lead dogs tell you what it is. And I think that could be a tactic.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Martial law alert to change over to a new republic, new gold asset-backed economy, new legal system under common law, new health system under medbeds, new political system, and new education system. Let us pray. Judy, note, the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just, who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913, the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era, we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal could not even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Inc. owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal? And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves? Friday, May 8th, 2026. U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation. Real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. And so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days on the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. EBS, blackout, martial law lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance is in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets, transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. For 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. About the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and carry out of sentences. During this time, banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new, faster, and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement, and beginnings of peace, prosperity, and freedom for all worldwide. This is Nino from ninoscorner.tv, and this is his morning show from a few days ago. And he's talking about something the White House advisor had issued an urgent warning, and people are panic buying in D.C.
It's best to prep and get ready. So I'm going to go into why people close to the president and people in D.C. are choosing to prep right now, and they're going to stores and they're emptying store shelves. Certain people in the know a lot of people are even just hiding away, leaving the cities. Really crazy stuff is happening right now from what I'm hearing, and I'm going to get into all of that and more. So this is getting to be a crazy time in American history, and Trump is a wartime president. He's not here for peace. He doesn't give a shit about your feelings. This is about winning the country back, and this is the guy I voted for, and he's doing it by rolling up his sleeves and getting his hands dirty. Sorry, but I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of us, a lot of you, you may not make it if you're not preparing correctly. And I'm just going to say that because it's going to get treacherous. It's going to get hard. So, I call Trump the great exposer, right? He was the great exposer. He exposed everything. Now we're coming into, we did the ICE raids, more ICE raids to come, by the way. I'm hearing they're going to be very severe coming. Maduro was captured. Iran has been neutralized. We're still going to have some problems with Iran, from my understanding. They're not going to give up that easily, but they are neutralized as a nuclear threat. But that doesn't mean that the globalists don't have more tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing, yes, another boogeyman where people get sick is on its way. Lots of stuff in the pipeline, folks. They're not going to just roll over and play dead. They're not. This is going to get a lot more bumpy, a lot more turbulence.
Global Currency Reset, Thursday, May 7th. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B could come over the weekend with a toll-free number and an email, likely either Monday or Tuesday for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8th, the Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Sunday, May 10th, Starlink will power the emergency broadcast system exposing cabal crimes. Monday, May 11th, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. Friday, May 15th, new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live.
Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet bank account on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, the 4th of July, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now.
Friday, May 8th, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now, far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications, signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation. The process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8th, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole, final chapter. France, quietly between July 2025 and January 2026. Pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar gone. $15 billion back to Paris. France did not repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons repatriated. China bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases month after month. Germany requested emergency repatriation in April, not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine yesterday, different from anything in the past, 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO yesterday warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN yesterday literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now, but they won't tell you why. Everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why. You don't leave your gold in a vault. That's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th, meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system, gold-backed, dollar-independent, $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built, the gold is moved, the players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification, that's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing, it's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home, it's going to the new vault. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9th, 2026. Friday, May 8th, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the Office of the First Partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we're finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. California Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the Office of the First Partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They are stealing millions. Just so we are clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. And Friday, May 8th, explosive report, Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8th, breaking explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million-dollar bribe allegations. Friday, May 8th, the note. Yesterday, a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell, found by his cellmate, sealed by the court until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again, slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on earth, writes a goodbye letter? Hides it in a comic book and nobody finds it for 6 years? No. That note wasn't written by him, it was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates, Musk, Tisch, all in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics is still sealed. They released the note to close the story, to make you believe it's over, that he's gone. He's not gone. August 10th, 2019, camera malfunction, 2 guards asleep, body removed in 14 minutes. No independent autopsy. Hyoid bone broken, consistent with strangulation, not hanging. The note is the script they gave him before extraction. Ask yourself, why is Trump pushing to release everything? UFO files, JFK, now Epstein, because he knows the real list drops before June. The names on it will end careers, collapse foundations, and trigger extradition orders across 7 countries. They gave you the note to make Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Martial law alert to change over to a new republic, new gold asset-backed economy, new legal system under common law, new health system under medbeds, new political system, and new education system. Let us pray. Judy notes the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913, the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era, we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal could not even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Inc. owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal? And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves? Friday, May 8th, 2026? U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation. Real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning. And so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days on the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state cabal, deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. EBS, blackout, martial law lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash, and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday, May 10th through Monday, May 11th, 2026, the Earth Alliance is in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites will unleash the emergency broadcast system worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune in to our TVs or radios. For 10 days, there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos replaying 3 times a day for 10 days. About the truth about thousands of treasonous, Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials, and carry out of sentences. During this time, banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new, faster, and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade, and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement, and beginnings of peace, prosperity, and freedom for all worldwide. This is Nino from ninoscorner.tv, and this is his morning show from a few days ago. And he's talking about something the White House advisor had issued an urgent warning, and people are panic buying in DC.
It's best to prep and get ready. So I'm going to go into why people close to the president and people in DC are choosing to prep right now, and they're going to stores and they're emptying store shelves. Certain people in the know a lot of people are even just hiding away, leaving the cities. Really crazy stuff is happening right now from what I'm hearing, and I'm going to get into all of that and more. So this is getting to be a crazy time in American history, and Trump is a wartime president. He's not here for peace. He doesn't give a shit about your feelings. This is about winning the country back, and this is the guy I voted for, and he's doing it by rolling up his sleeves and getting his hands dirty. Sorry, but I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of us, a lot of you, you may not make it if you're not preparing correctly. And I'm just going to say that because it's going to get treacherous. It's going to get hard. So, I call Trump the great exposer, right? He was the great exposer. He exposed everything. Now we're coming into, we did the ICE raids, more ICE raids to come, by the way. I'm hearing they're going to be very severe coming. Maduro was captured. Iran has been neutralized. We're still going to have some problems with Iran, from my understanding. They're not going to give up that easily, but they are neutralized as a nuclear threat. But that doesn't mean that the globalists don't have more tricks up their sleeves. And I'm hearing, yes, another boogeyman where people get sick is on its way. Lots of stuff in the pipeline, folks. They're not going to just roll over and play dead. They're not. This is going to get a lot more bumpy, a lot more turbulence.
Global currency reset. Thursday, May 7th. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B could come over the weekend with a toll-free number and an email, likely either Monday or Tuesday for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8th, the Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. On Sunday, May 10th, Starlink will power the emergency broadcast system exposing cabal crimes. Monday, May 11th, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. Friday, May 15th, new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live.
Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet bank account on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, the 4th of July, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now.
Friday, May 8th, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now, far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications, signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation. The process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8th, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole, final chapter. France, quietly between July 2025 and January 2026. Pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar gone. $15 billion back to Paris. France did not repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons repatriated. China bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases month after month. Germany requested emergency repatriation in April, not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine yesterday, different from anything in the past. 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO yesterday warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN yesterday literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now, but they won't tell you why. Everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why. You don't leave your gold in a vault. That's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th, meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system. Gold-backed, dollar-independent, $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built, the gold is moved, the players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification, that's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing, it's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home. It's going to the new vault. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9th, 2026. Friday, May 8th, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the Office of the First Partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we're finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. California Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They are stealing millions. Just so we are clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. And Friday, May 8th, explosive report, Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8th, breaking explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million-dollar bribe allegations. Friday, May 8th, the note. Yesterday, a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell, found by his cellmate, sealed by the court until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again, slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on earth, writes a goodbye letter? Hides it in a comic book and nobody finds it for 6 years? No. That note wasn't written by him, it was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out, names exposed, Lutnick dragged before Congress this week, Gates, Musk, Tisch, all in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics is still sealed. They released the note to close the story, to make you believe it's over, that he's gone. He's not gone. August 10th, 2019, camera malfunction, 2 guards asleep, body removed in 14 minutes. No independent autopsy. Hyoid bone broken, consistent with strangulation, not hanging. The note is the script they gave him before extraction. Ask yourself, why is Trump pushing to release everything? UFO files, JFK, now Epstein, because he knows the real list drops before June. The names on it will end careers, collapse foundations, and trigger extradition orders across 7 countries. They gave you the note to make
Mountain Goat, has the reforms already helped in speeding up diversification of revenues? Article, Customs Automation halves demand for dollars, an economist reveals a radical shift in Iraq's foreign remittances. Looks like implementing the customs and tariffs is working to not only bring in revenues besides the petrodollar but also is assisting in reducing the parallel market. Seems to me, the nail has already been driven on the coffin of the parallel market. This article enforces why it is so important to control the parallel market and the connection to our long-awaited RV and reinstatement. I would consider this article our wow news for today. Bruce, the big call, via Wiser Now, what we're getting, 4 or 5 different, unrelated sources, we're getting very good information about notifications. Could be over the weekend, it's possible we would get notified with the toll-free number in our emails on Saturday. But what about exchanges? If we wouldn't start on Sunday, which is Mother's Day, would we start Monday or Tuesday? Yes, I'm hearing either of those 2 days is possible for the start exchanges. Could we get notified Monday and start exchanges on Tuesday, the 12th? I think that's very, very likely that that's going to be what it's going to be. Ariel, the old bank's resistance protecting parallel market skims and militia flows is being steamrolled. A meaningful revaluation plus redenomination, delete the zeros, becomes structural survival, not optional policy. Tom, question, I found redemption centers but they are online. How can you find a redemption center in person? I live in the South. Emo, I am staying with banks. They are at least insured. I have heard a few confusing things about these redemption centers, so I have other plans. Similarities between the dinar and the dong: both currencies are controlled by their central banks. Neither one floats freely on the open market, both of them have a street price. Both communities have long-term holders that believe the official rate is too low. Millions of Americans are sitting on both currencies for the same basic reason. We believe the real value hasn't been priced in yet. Both governments are intentionally holding the rate down. Question: what dinar price in dollar would be disappointing for you? Anything below $3.22 would surprise me. Anything over $1 and I would be truly grateful. Stephen, dinar for dummies. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent ex-post, like a rogue gang, the Iranian regime is pillaging resources that rightfully belong to the Iraqi people. Treasury will not stand idly by as Iran's military exploits Iraqi oil to fund TM against the United States and our partner. That's incredible that he came out and made that public statement. This is not a negative in any way. This is all positive. We got to get through this as wisely as possible and as stress-free as possible and get ready for the next wave of things that are coming. I believe the Iraqi dinar will revalue. I believe a few other currencies will possibly revalue. Start planning ahead. What do I do when that even happens? The Iraq dinar is just the beginning, it's not the end. Frank 26, KTFA, Boot on the Ground Guru Omar, television is saying the United States of America is saying it's urgent that the new Prime Minister form his government without any ties to any Iranian influence in your government. That could be the holdup because a couple of those names had ties to Iran. Frank, yeah, that's why you don't have a government yet. The white papers are the instructions for the monetary reform of Iraq. Samson, article, Washington calls on the new Iraqi government to sever its ties with Iranian-backed groups. Article, Eco-Iraq Observatory, 70% of the government curriculum is copied from the white paper. Sandy Ingram, the Iraqi government has found a new way to export oil out of the country. We applaud Iraq for adapting to the situation in the Middle East and for making decisions that advance the government and the economy. Jeff, we've had a lot of false alarms in this. I will admit that. Part of the reason why we've had a lot of false alarms, for one, this is a huge learning experience because we don't have a dinar for dummies book revealing every step in this. Unless you know every step. Plus, 2012 they suggested they were going to do it. 2014 they suggested, December 20th 2020 they suggested they were going to do it. During the first half of 2025 year they were putting out a whole bunch of articles about minting coins. The point is, without knowing every step, it's a speculative unknown investment making it very difficult to study. Claire, KTFA, article, Government Advisor, Ongoing Measures to Strengthen the Stability of the Dinar and Ensure the Sustainable Supply of Cash Dollars. Quote, the central bank informed the Ministry of Finance late last year that the exchange rate adopted for the purposes of preparing the draft federal budget law for 2026 would be around 1,300 dinars per dollar. This reflects the continued adherence to the fixed official rate adopted since February 2023, which is an important indicator of stability for the market and its expectations. Militiaman, Iraq is getting very sophisticated at this stage. They've had a lot of help and I think they've been using the guidance of the Central Bank of Iraq with the United States Treasury, Bank of International Settlements, IMF etc. Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the big question about the national debt was not that we were in debt $38 trillion, an unsustainable amount, but the more serious question was just who did we owe $38 trillion to? Since at least 1913 the deep state cabal has been confiscating our U.S. taxpayer dollars, sending them over to the UK Crown of England, then on to the Vatican, then out to their central banks, and then back to a New York bank, where they charged us interest to use our own monies, thus running up the $38 trillion national debt. Back in the Nixon era we went off the gold standard and continued printing money, meaning there was nothing to back the U.S. federal dollar up. By the 2008 so-called mortgage crisis, which was really a bankruptcy finalization for the deep state cabal, the cabal couldn't even pay interest on their loan of gold, which no longer existed anyway. So now they say the cabal's private corporation of U.S. Incorporated owes $38 trillion. Who owes the $38 trillion? The cabal. And who does the cabal owe the $38 trillion to? Themselves. Friday, May 8, 2026. Warning: U.S. debt clock sounds the alarm. U.S. debt clock calls for gold-backed currency as $38 trillion bomb nears detonation. Real money reset. With no one taking responsibility for anything, it's going to take a martial law takeover and global currency reset to figure this all out. But then, the U.S. has been operating under emergency military governance since 2021. Trump never left. He entered a higher command. Now with the final keys turned, the real republic is returning, and so is a gold-backed U.S. dollar. The global military alliance under direction of President Trump has spent years preparing for this announcement, quietly building a network of satellites and secure communication. Over it, President Trump will give 7 messages to the world about a new era of freedom about to begin. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during the worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday, May 11, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, that will bypass traditional media channels controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. Then for 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages, 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, on the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and sentences. The age of deception has collapsed. The age of sovereignty has risen. Welcome to the other side of the storm. A new republic will host a better economy, plus improved legal, health, political, and education systems. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Friday, May 8, 2026, boom. The world of clones, body doubles, clones or masks. You decide. Friday, May 8, 2026, there was proof that Queen Elizabeth was hanged at Gitmo in 2019. Possible timing. On Friday, May 8, 2026 at 5:05 EST, the White House triggered the final phase. As of 1 p.m. EST, the EBS was overriding all mainstream narratives and the quantum financial system was fully synchronized with Nizar protocols. Final confirmation codes were transmitted through the QFS lattice. BRICS fully activated gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump controls sovereign treasury. Fiat collapses. On Saturday, May 9, 2026, 48-hour prep for Jezar wealth drop. Stock up as banks transition. On Friday, May 15, 2026, planetary medbed coverage complete. Trump declares the death of Big Pharma and birth of quantum freedom. Rescued children and seniors regenerate. WWG1G, the best is yet to come. EBS, blackout, martial law, lockdowns. People are urged to stock up on food, cash and essentials for themselves and to help others during a worldwide lockdown that could last 10 to 12 days. The military will have food and essentials on hand for those who need it. On Sunday 10th of May through Monday, May 11, 2026, the Earth Alliance, in conjunction with Starlink and military satellites, will unleash the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide. Every cell phone on the planet will be hit with a loud, ear-piercing, unmistakable alert signal of 7 trumpets transmitting directly from Starlink satellites, bypassing traditional media channels that are controlled by the elite. We will be alerted to tune into our TVs or radios. For 10 days there will be a complete information shutdown across the globe of mainstream media programming. The EBS will take over and air around the globe in 22 different languages. 8-hour videos, replaying 3 times a day for 10 days, about the truth about thousands of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state global elites around the world, their crimes, arrests, trials and carry-out of sentences. During this time banks will be closed and ATMs will not work, so they will be changed over to a new gold-backed financial system at the end of the 10 days. Our phones will only work for 911, though we can obtain an encrypted signal app from the military to allow phones to work over the new Starlink system. Our internet will not work during those 10 days, after which we will be connected to a new faster and more efficient quantum internet by the end of the month. After the 10 days, everything will change. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, trade and commerce will all be dismantled and replaced for the better. It's the end of wars and financial and human enslavement and beginnings of peace, prosperity and freedom for all worldwide. E-Global Currency Reset, Thursday, May 7, 2026. Bruce, notification for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could come over the weekend with the toll-free number in an email. Likely either Moan or Twos for Tier 4B appointments to start. Friday, May 8, 2026. The Dallas-Fort Worth Redemption Center is now actively processing verified appointments and secure payouts throughout the day. A valid redemption access pass and confirmed appointment are required for entry. Walk-ins and unauthorized access will not be accepted. EBS Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Martial law enables worldwide arrests of the guilty. On Monday, May 11, 2026, Tier 4B notifications arrive with new rates. On Friday, May 15, 2026, the new gold-backed quantum financial ledger goes live. Judy note, it is my opinion, and I very well could be wrong, that every citizen across the globe would receive, via text and email, a personal notification containing a code specific to the person, that could be used to set an appointment at a redemption center near where they lived. There, people would set up their own wallet, bank account, on the new Starlink satellite system. Present bank account balances have already been mirrored onto the new wallet accounts. If the person had foreign currency to exchange, or bonds to redeem, they could do it at the time of appointment. Wallets will already contain tariff dividends, monies reimbursed for improper loans and interest paid on mortgages, credit cards, etc., plus monies earned from use of birth certificates on the stock market. The general public was expected to begin their wallet setups after Thursday, July 4, 2026. Those holding foreign currencies and bonds to redeem and exchange were expected to begin those redemption center appointments the early part of next week. Those holding Trump Gold products were believed to be doing their redemption center appointments right now. Friday, May 8, 2026. Major developments are unfolding right now. Far from the spotlight, but with an impact that will soon be impossible to ignore. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 48 hours, select financial institutions connected to Tier 4B have begun receiving encrypted communications signaling operational readiness. Trusted sources inside international banks have confirmed that test transactions using the ISO 20022 protocol are already live in select corridors, quietly shifting large sums under the radar. Key personnel from Tier 4B groups have been asked to remain on standby, with instructions to be ready for immediate action. Secure channels are buzzing with updates. Some have already seen notifications of pending liquidity releases. This is no longer speculation, the process has started. Meanwhile, several governments are holding emergency sessions behind closed doors, adjusting regulations to accommodate the new financial architecture. Insiders report that old systems are being quietly dismantled, and the first waves of asset revaluation are in motion. If you're reading this, understand, the reset isn't just coming, it's underway. The public will soon see the effects, but those paying attention are already witnessing history in real time. Stay informed and be prepared. The world as you know it is about to transform. Friday, May 8, 2026. The vault is emptying. They're not telling you this on the news. Mr. Poole final chapter, France, quietly, between July 2025 and January 2026, pulled all 129 tons of gold out of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Every last bar. Gone. $15 billion. Back to Paris. France didn't repatriate for profit. They repatriated because they were told the old vault is closing. India, 104 tons. Repatriated. China, bought more gold in March 2026 than in over a year. Record purchases. Month after month. Germany, requested emergency repatriation in April. Not public yet. The Federal Reserve Vault in Manhattan, the one that held the world's gold for 80 years, is hemorrhaging. Fortune magazine, yesterday, different from anything in the past 80 years of dollar dominance. Apollo's CEO, yesterday, warned of a total geopolitical reset. MSN, yesterday, literally aired a segment called Claims of a Coming Financial System Reset. They're saying it out loud now. But they won't tell you why everyone is pulling their gold at the same time. Here's why: you don't leave your gold in a vault that's about to change management. Trump flies to Beijing May 14th. Meets Xi. The summit isn't about tariffs. It's not about TikTok. It's about the Multilateral Settlement Protocol, the document that restructures how nations settle debt. BRICS already launched their system. Gold-backed. Dollar-independent. $245 trillion in yuan transactions through SIPs in 2025 alone. The infrastructure is built. The gold is moved. The players are seated. When every major nation pulls its gold from your vault at the same time, that's not diversification. That's an evacuation. May 14th, Trump signs in Beijing. May 15th, the new ledger goes live. The dollar isn't collapsing. It's being retired. And the gold? It's not going home. It's going to the new vault. The Quantum 1K. What we think we know as of Saturday, May 9, 2026, Friday, May 8, 2026, Gavin Newsom and Jennifer Newsom diverted fire aid money into their own nonprofit. Jennifer Newsom also personally pocketed over $4 million through California Volunteers, which was created by Gavin Newsom within the office of the first partner, which is an office Gavin Newsom also created. Now we are finding out that Gavin's wife has personally netted over $4 million through this nebulous organization. Cal Volunteers, a weird NPO that Gavin simply made up for her within the office of the first partner, but nobody can fully explain what they actually do. Well, now it's a pretty California thing for rich dudes to make up fake businesses that burn money so their wives can stay busy and keep distracted from their affairs. It's time to investigate and arrest Gavin Newsom. How much evidence do we need? Why is he so untouchable? They're stealing millions. Just so we're clear, this is two separate organizations. Fire aid money was sent to California Volunteers Fund, which is NGO Newsom's wife is involved in, and California Volunteers, which is a government agency under the office of the governor. We are being robbed blind by these criminals. Friday, May 8, 2026, explosive report. Fauci's 2017 surprise outbreak prediction about the Trump administration resurfaces. Viral video reignites national debate. Friday, May 8, 2026, breaking, explosive report. Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations. Full list in documents. Friday, May 8, 2026, bombshell. New claims from Malik Obama reignite birth certificate scandal. Kenyan origins document surfaces. Globalist cover-up back in the spotlight. The document references Executive Order 14,263, the same order that declassifies suppressed medical patents, as the legal framework enabling civilian deployment. The pharmaceutical industry spends $374 million per year lobbying Congress. They have blocked every frequency-based therapy from FDA approval for 80 years. But this deployment does not go through the FDA. It is classified as a military to civilian technology transfer under the Defense Production Act. They cannot lobby against what they cannot see. And by the time it becomes public, the devices will already be installed. And Friday, May 8, 2026, the note. Yesterday a judge unsealed Epstein's suicide note, Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram, hidden for 6 years inside a graphic novel in his cell. Found by his cellmate. Sealed by the court. Until now. It is a treat to be able to choose one's time to say goodbye. Read that again. Slowly. A man facing life in prison, surrounded by the most powerful surveillance system on Earth, writes a goodbye letter, hides it in a comic book, and nobody finds it for 6 years. No. That note wasn't written by him. It was written for him. What they don't want you to ask, why release it now? 3.5 million pages already out. Names exposed. Lutnick dragged before Congress this week. Gates. Musk. Tisch. All in the files. But the real list, the one with the operations, the accounts, the island logistics, is still sealed. They released the note to close the story. To make you believe it's over. That he's gone. He's not gone.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm back with a ghost. This long anticipated podcast, man. We've been planning this for, I think I haven't had you on for like a few weeks. People have been really
going on a month, I think.
Yeah, people have been thirsting at the well, Ghost. They've been asking me to bring you back on. So let's cover all this, man. Let's get into this where we're at right now. The Trump operation, okay? And now the Iran war seems to be pretty much controlled. But hantavirus. Now here comes hantavirus. I'm thinking in my mind, this is, They know what's coming. They know indictments, arrests are coming, and they know it's just around the corner. They can feel the hot air breathing on their ass.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for joining me, Ghost.
Always good to be here, buddy. Yeah, it's interesting times, very, to say the least. But yeah, it's there's now is the time for certain thresholds, and I think that's what we're seeing in response to that. This ridiculous that virus has been around forever. There's many variants of it. It's not a raise the flag upside down type thing yet, but it does show that the usual suspects are up to their usual bullshit again, and here we are.
Right. And it seems to me like they're doing this right on time for the indictments, arrests, and midterms.
Yeah, especially since a lot of the redistricting has been going against them. And they're just losing traction. They've been, in effect, as I've said, and others have said, but I've said it for many years, they're an operational arm for foreign interests. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they're about. And all I can say is the truth about many of them, if not all of them, has to come out. Enough is enough is enough. The public's not getting dumber. They're getting smarter every day. And it's a wonderful thing to see. And they're not going to be satisfied.
Warp speed awakening, man. That's why I'm saying this hantavirus is not, they're not going to dupe us again. Maybe the low, the low IQ,
they'll always get them,
slumbering, mumbling, walking the earth still like a sloth. And they're still here, and I think
drooling in their masks.
Yeah, drooling in their masks. They're still, they're here, they're among us, but they're going to be gone soon, I think. I mean, I've heard the 6G rollout in 2028 was when they were planning to do this hantavirus as everything went on schedule, but they're having to push the card sooner. Any truth? Because if you can even look it up, the 6G rollout's going to happen at the end of, I guess, 2028, 29, 30.
I don't know if they're having to push it out sooner. I think groups have decided to push something out sooner. And it's all desperation, except let's put it this way. This time, if they try to pull it in a COVID style, from what I understand, there's going to be repercussions, and it's not playtime. It's not time to talk. It's, no, you do this, lead poisoning kind of thing.
Yeah.
And, again, a lot of the names that are not known, but will be known soon enough. They will be known soon enough. And, same game, different day. Just, change a little bit of the packaging. And, what remains to be seen yet still is if there's been engineering. Who's pushing it out there? If it's not a natural occurrence, so far it appears as if it's okay, this is pretty much, but we've had these convenient stories over and over and over, and none of them are true in the past.
There's a video of the cruise ship captain coming out. There's no reason to be alarmed, and they've scrubbed that off the internet. But I saw it, and I saw what he was saying, and to me, this also goes all the way back to Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman and his wife, they died. That I'm like, oh, so that's that was like my first clue or red flag. I was like, okay, so the hantavirus is what they're going to use here.
Yeah, that's some idiots, and hopefully it's not been a let's say souped up version to match certain, let's say certain surface proteins for bonding, and I so far it doesn't point to that, but who the hell knows? We won't know until we know. Bottom line.
So, do you think maybe, they're waiting for some kind of a gathering like the World Cup to blame it on that and say, because the World Cup,
It's awful convenient.
It's coming. Isn't that like this summer?
Kansas City, I believe.
Okay, so there you go. That's
who's one of the teams in it? Argentina. Where did they trace this origin back to? A couple taking pictures at a landfill of birds in Argentina. I've heard several different versions, but that's the latest one that let's say came across the wire. Okay, dumb place to be, especially in a third world country. Well, to a second world. Here it comes with all the fanfare, the media. This is also patently obvious at this point, the way things are done. I think that's the big takeaway with it all right now, before, let's say, the data is in to render some type of discernment or verdict on it.
I just think this is going to end before it begins, man. That's just my feeling. I don't think they're going to accomplish it. That's just what I think. I don't think it's going to
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think it was a dumb thing to do. I think it showed their hand once again, or it showed a hand that was wanted to be seen. People are seeing it, and and what other distractions do we have? The situation in Iran is what it is. It's going to reach an inevitable conclusion sooner than later. They've already telegraphed Cuba. A lot is starting to get out there on that.
What's going to happen with Cuba?
Cuba, the same thing with their next, let's say.
Same thing in Venezuela.
Venezuela, basically. And it'll be its own thing because every country is unique and every geopolitical and political situation is unique. But they're already panicking down there. And the people want one thing there. They want U.S. statehood for one reason.
Oh, they
don't ever want this happening again to them. No more. And if I see one more Che Guevara T-shirt or hat, I'm going to punch the son of a bitch in the face, man or woman. I don't care. If people only knew their world history and did their homework with regard to certain personalities of the past, they wouldn't be wearing these T-shirts. And you've got an island, 99% of them will tell you what that means. And so, again, another holdout for the globalists is Cuba, always has been.
They know we're coming, man. I mean, you saw Rubio taking a picture with the general right there, shaking his hand next to like a Cuban map or something like that, right?
Yeah. I mean, and you have in Cuban intelligence, you have a very competent group of people, the well-trained Cuban military, competent with what equipment they have. And they've always been, they've relied for the last 60 something years on the Soviet model and always being propped up. And now that game ran out a long time ago, 25 years ago. And now it's come time to pay the bill. Well, the bottom line is we don't want countries where footholds for globalism can cause trouble. The furthest thing from what you'd look at, the ones actually doing it, the trouble they cause always has a different and distant flavor than to them. It's always something people argue over, look at, follow, but it's never, they're finally getting a view of the bigger picture.
But let me just cut in for a second here. You'll see people like, obviously what we're seeing here, what we know is happening, right? My audience does too, is we're watching Trump roll up his sleeves and take away these PowerPoints from the globalists, right?
Exactly.
He's taking away these chokeholds from them. He's removing it. He's releasing us from their grip. But you see people like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, are they only getting a fraction of? I mean, they seem to be so smart, but they're not. I mean, how are they not understanding this? I'm like, is this an act? Is this theater? Because I know you guys are smarter than this.
This is theater. Why? I don't know. I don't
know if it's theater.
I don't know if it's good guys doing it, bad guys doing it at this point. And you know what? I honestly don't care. They just people just need to take their words with a healthy dose of wisdom and discernment, because they're just saying a lot of. I mean, some of the things Carlson has said, it's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
This is coming out of your mouth. And then yes, Candace
Do you
Owens.
think it's a?
Flights.
Do you think they're?
I mean, there's more to it.
They're like, oh, he's a warmonger. He's turned on us,
No, and they know better. He knows better than that. So it's who's putting the butter on his bread, and obviously we know where that is in the Middle East. There's 1.5 billion, I think, was put into his broadcast and his
really by who?
Alps by Middle Easterners, I think, from Qatar.
Allegedly,
from Qatar. Allegedly. Well, yeah, allegedly, of course. But I'm pretty sure.
I respect Tucker Carlson. I've always been a fan of his. I've always been a fan
Me too.
I think what Candace is doing with Erica Kirk is phenomenal. It's genius. But then she goes on to this. Then she just goes off the reservation with the Iran war. And I get it. Nobody wants war, right? Nobody wants war. But he's cleaning up the globalist strongholds, man.
Exactly.
That's all he's doing. And I guess you have to be part of this channel or others that are on Rumble and other podcasts, like a real niche group, QAnons, whatever, whoever. There's a lot of us, but it's a niche group still, to really understand how this is the strategy behind Trump's what looks like madness, the method behind the madness.
Yeah. I mean, people are addicted to 3 to 5 to 10 minute sound bites. And that you're supposed to get reality and truth in a mainstream media soundbite or a 5-minute story. No, you're getting propagandized. That's what's happening to the majority of people. And what you're saying is absolutely spot on. The reason they do that is larger discussions bring on larger pictures. They do not want the vast majority of people seeing the bigger picture. And that's been both good and bad over the past decade in particular. So, and I think we're in a good position. And again, the way the entire methodology of how news gets out there, information, data, evidence, facts, is right now at a point so beyond. FUBAR is kind to that. It is more than fucked up beyond all recognition. You see the stuff that's total lies, total fabrications, AI produced, all the ingredients. And there's various groups out there, countries, nation states also doing this. They're not helping at certain levels. They're not helping, but they're keeping up the facades in doing that. Now, China, that's one country where the motivation would be a little different and a lot more complex in certain ways, but they're in no shape right now, nor do they want conflict of any kind. Nobody wants that. The idea here is, in the end, everyone benefits with this takedown. Everyone benefits from it. And
Ghost, let me ask you this.
It's here.
Trump's planning to do this Golden Dome. He's building a ballroom with military facilities under the ballroom. It sure does seem to me, man, with these projects that he plans to be here a little bit longer than just 2 more years. I think it's kind of obvious, everybody, right?
Could be, or it could be that he's making damn well sure that the next, let's say, wave of bureaucrats, however many of them are not of the right mind, they can't do nearly as much damage as they would like to do, as they had traditionally done for their masters in the past. And so no matter how it works out, I'm not going to sit here and venture to guess whether he's going to be president another 4 years. Could he do it lawfully, constitutionally? I think there's plenty of ways, and people I've talked to also say the same things. There's several ways that can be done, simply by prosecuting a lot of what and who we know to have committed crimes. And there are hundreds of thousands direct and millions almost as direct, about 6 million worldwide. The problem has always been, and now it got to the point in the last 30 years to where it was too much. Nothing could survive it, meaning the global situation would have gone all to hell. Corruption. And that's something that I have never deviated from, and others have never deviated from, in saying it's the corruption. And again, it's not who's corrupt, it's who's not corrupt. Simple as that.
I've heard that the next 6 to 9 months, and I think I've heard from you as well, but a few others, Juan, a lot of other people have told me, man, the next 6 to 9 months are going to be very dangerous for America.
It's not going to be a cakewalk. It will not be a cakewalk. But
I mean, what are we looking at?
Pandemic. I think we're looking at a combination of things. Economics, first and foremost. They're trying to really milk this whole any way they can, this Iran situation, to mess with the global economy, and then we become the bad guy in that respect. And there's enough backed up ships right now that if they had to have naval escort for every one of them, it would take about a year to clean up the logjam. And that's at current rates. But again, they've got to sweep the Strait of Hormuz. They've got to sweep it of mines. They've got to make sure it's clear. And there's, even Lloyd's is not writing policies on every ship. And every load is a new policy. It's not like life insurance or health insurance. It's each ship has a specific policy for what it's carrying, where it's going, what waters it will be traversing, and a lot of factors that go into it. Well, they're not even writing them, and that is a major loss. Insurance is a racket.
Yeah.
All right. So think of one of the economic hardships being insuring these loads and then keeping the prices of these loads, preserving some of the materials while they're sitting here playing this game. So how this is all going to shake out, it can shake out any number of ways. We're going to see that soon enough. But I do think there's one thing that some are talking about, that the Iranian people should have stepped up by now. No, they're being prepared for that. Their weapons are getting to them. They are doing certain things.
Is that what's happening? Are that's what I've heard. They are being given weapons for a revolution, correct? To stand up and take back the government?
For them to take back their country.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's part of these peace talks. Everybody knew what the end result would be. But what you do is you take that 60 days of time that this rabid, retarded Congress would then take and you put that clock on hold for those two or 3 weeks that you're going to have these so-called talks. In the meantime, you're rearming the bombs, the missiles, you're rotating ships to nearby ports where they can be restocked with missiles or whatever else they need. You have tenders heading out that way, restocking everything basically. And at the same time, yeah, a lot of covert, let's say, multinational covert operations are going on to help get the people to the point where they feel confident enough that they've got the munitions and a flow of them, that when they start pulling the trigger, plus a little training, you've got to do that. You've got to train people who can then train others. And all of that has been going on. And when you have a 2-week or 3-week break in hostilities, well, that's the time when all these things really step up. And first and foremost, you're replenishing munitions and all your stocks that are required out there. You're also repositioning troops on the ground. You're doing a lot of things, but you're also working heavily with the people of Iran who are not afraid to do it.
Man, I don't have much faith in the youth today across the board, not just in America, but like, I mean, they have to pull them away from their social media first, Ghost. I'm serious. Like, this is, there are a lot of them going to be like, fuck it. I have my phone, my computer. I'm good.
No, you're not good, but you keep thinking that way. Not you. I mean, whoever thinks that way, just keep on thinking that way. But, it's.
I'm telling you, man, like the youth today is not that hard ass testosterone.
Gone.
Dude, they don't have that ambition, that motivation, that drive, that testosterone they're happy being quarantined, dude. Like, they're fine with it. They just stay at home and play on a computer. Like,
haven't they been quarantined their whole lives with these devices?
Yeah. Yes. You don't see kids playing outside anymore, bro. Remember back in the day, you'd hear kids playing outside all the time?
Yeah. I could do the whole thing. We drank from a garden hose. Yeah. We mowed the lawn in flip-flops because your dad gave you $0.25 for a gallon of gas.
Yeah, man. It's just I think that's across the board. I don't think that's just in America. I think it's any civilized. Iran is pretty civilized. I mean, yeah, they have a regime in place, but they're still on their internet and playing. I mean, I just think it's across the board.
It's not as bad. I would say that it's not as bad there. They are big on education. What else do you have to do? Get beat up by the state police or go to school? I'd pick school if I were over there. Try to stay away from those guys. But now that they're up against they are against the ropes, I just think there was a lot. See, there's a lot of things going on with other countries, allies. We're seeing what's happening, obviously, with NATO, and all of this restructuring is what I was referring to back in September of last year, August, September, when I was saying it's going to be a realignment of nations and it will surprise people. Whoever thought, most people would have in their conditioned thinking would have never, we're not going to, NATO is a institution, an institution. There are no institutions anymore. That's all, again, the nature of the institution as it exists now, by and large, is vestigial. It's an appendix. You can live without it. It's not even necessary for the most part.
I'm just showing what Iran looks like now so people can get an understanding.
Yeah. They're modern. Yeah. And they're not, don't call them Arabs because they're not. They're their own people, primarily the Persian, but, they the thing is they are an educated population. compared to surrounding countries and even compared to most countries on the planet. And they're hardworking, industrious, creative people. So you're looking at in Iran. Let's put it this way: a lot of bad guys have had a lot of time to set up a lot of nasty stuff, and the vast majority. And people can take a lesson from this. Think about it. Little, give or take, around the 5 million mark was your IRGC or your Islamist government and servants to that system, foreign, domestic and foreign. The other 90 million are not. And yes, there's disagreements among them, just like there are here or anywhere else. There's always disagreements on how things should be done. But one thing they are all in agreement of is that the Islamic State has to go. They were burning mosques left and right. That's their way of expressing their, let's say, distaste. You have many different religious groups in Iran, and most of them don't. They do not want. You'll probably see them not settle on a constitutional monarchy. All right, the interim will be the prince. That will be just to allow, as he has stated himself over and over and over again, until the Iranian people decide. They've got to get to that point where they decide. Basically, we do have to kick them in the nuts really hard one more time and cause that last vestige of command and control of, in particular, IRGC to crumble, and let the people then feel confident. I'm sure there's all that's being worked over there by us and other countries, us in Israel mainly, is being done in a very careful way, so that when it is time to say to them in their networks over there, it's time to move, they're not only going to be ready, but they're going to be wanting to do it. And I know there's others here that disagree with that, but you're dealing with a population. You have to look at it that way first, as human beings first, and then consumers. And
I just think the fighters there, like we said, handing weapons to the civilians to take back the country. I just don't think they're made to do that. I think the only ones there that have any fight in them are the radical nuts. The Sharia law or whatever Muslims that have taken over that country, hijacked it. I feel like they're the only ones that have the fight in them to do anything.
Think about this. If we have 350 million. All right, let's do the ratio.
I mean, I could be wrong. I mean,
we'd have over 300 million that would be rapidly against 40 million. It would be a mess, believe me. But even if the population were larger, then it's a whole different dynamic in reality, but it's still the same sentiment at the base of it all. I've seen enough, and I know people who worked extensively over there, and the Iranians I've known, they're all very, especially especially the Christian ones. They're like, no, we're done with this. We're done with it. Anybody that said the wrong thing, spoke the wrong things. The secret police was there is a pretty nasty beast, and I know it's hard to see that. We're here, not there. But basically, you're getting a population now that is 1.3 or 1.8 million per dollar of the I believe it's the real. They're suffering. Their so-called leaders, and this is another vestigial aspect. This type of leadership, it has no purpose anymore. They're telling them you've got to be frugal, and that will be fighting back. Well, if that's the best you can tell the people, they've got you. You don't have them. at that point. Be frugal. Oh, in a translation, there's not enough food for you. So you're going to get really pissed off. And when people's children start to go hungry, the parents are already hungry. You've got nothing to lose at that point. It's all uphill from it. It's all getting to the top of that mountain from there. They're already as low as they can get, just about. And I don't think it would be unfair to put let's say, the fast food mentality here or anywhere else in the westernized world on them. It's a different dynamic. It's its own dynamic in that way. And I think they are serious about it. And I think that what I think happened was logistics in that respect. And not enough was there. Not enough was being done. And rightly so, there was too much pressure from what existed 2.5, 3 months ago compared to what exists now. So it would have been much more difficult. I think this next round, there's going to be some surprises, and
this next round meaning
of hitting them.
But I also think
out
we're
infrastructure.
With our troops go in there, and I think we're gonna. I would imagine they're gonna use some of the tactics that deep state uses, like production. Maybe, I can imagine them surrounding. Like it's gonna be a coup, right? So they're gonna have like, maybe about 30, 40 Iranians holding up machine guns, just showing the mainstream media that they're taking their country back in. But in reality, it's our troops going in there cleaning house. That's how I see it.
Yeah,
that's how I see it.
I think we're going to have to if this is going to be done right, it's going to be done in a timely fashion, which it should be. We're going to have to put troops on the ground, even if it's just the islands where the oil infrastructure is, or the offloading and the ports are. Even if we just do it along the coastlines for now, that will make the point. Whether we have to, I think we will eventually, and other nations too will wise up and start doing their part. And there'll be a lot more than just us and the IDF in country soon enough. I don't expect a rash from any of the people pissing their pants in Europe. No, but you've seen how they've been played. All they wanted from us was protection and money. And finally, what has been true about NATO forever, the politicians wanted people to buy the NATO line forever. All right. The Russians, it's obviously not in their national security interest to have a strong NATO. But there comes a point to where it's irrelevant. Europe is feasting off of the energy teat of Russia. So it's time to start getting realistic about the real state of affairs. The globalists wanted people thinking 20 years behind the times. Period. They wanted your MSM to keep that mentality of what things were like 20 years ago, which most people in their everyday lives would think, well, that still applies. It doesn't. It is a radically different time now than it was 20, 25 years ago.
Just 5 years ago, 6 years ago, man. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean, the context have changed completely.
But yet we're still processing things as a society, as far as evidence, information, metadata, data, all of it added into one big ball. We're still, when it comes out of the labs and the agencies and various places, it's still being processed by the public as if they were thinking 25 years ago. That world does not exist anymore.
Oh.
Terrorism is not your boogeyman. It's still the boogeyman that can be gone to by either side if necessary. Even that is losing its luster.
Let's pivot for a second because I'm crunched on time here. Alien card. It looks like Trump's taking away. Okay, so now that I've listed this to my audience. I've said to them, this is operational phases. I've listed the operational phases so people can have an understanding about it. Like, first, to fund the Democrats with USAID. Second, ICE raids to neutralize the terror cells. Third, capturing Maduro, evidence for Smartmatic in 2020. Fourth, take out Iran, nuclear capabilities, no World War III, nuclear holocaust. And then fifth which is happening now, UFO disclosure. Can't play the alien invasion card anymore. We're taking that away from them. So Trump's going to be the first to do the disclosure, which will just completely thwart their Project Bluebeam, their everything that they were trying to do. And then arrests, arrests and indictments. So it looks like they're Hail Mary.
And you would have people out there saying, oh, the alien invasion thing, that's ridiculous. Well, then why are they talking about it all the time? Why were they positioning it from 217 on? With the actors, and they consider them as contract actors like Elizondo and the others involved in that To the Stars Academy. And I'm not ragging on the guy, because chances are he probably feels used to a degree and then wanted to get his by writing his books, etc. That's all well and good. You got to make a living. However, that the way they were trying to roll that out, you saw it, and I know this audience saw it, and many saw. They're trying to roll that card out. What did they do? They publicized this meeting with pastors. All right, well, if it's all classified, then why did you even tell about it? If it's a truly classified gathering, you're not even going to talk about it.
Right.
All right. So number one, they talked about it. They right away. And they put it out there, and then you have people like Glenn Beck made some very good comments on it, like, well, let's watch this, But what did they bring? What did they mention? What was one of the words that came out of one of these televangelists' mouths? Reptilians. All right. Don't have time to go into it, but that's a dead end. Translation. It would not have been that. It would have been, well, let's put it this way, some really interesting things that we've created over the years, but it would have been man doing it to man. And he's getting out, they're getting out in front of that. It's a very delicate and dangerous thing to get out in front, and others that are not dead.
Okay, so let me ask you this, who's taking these scientists? Well, I know you said you can't talk about this, right? Okay, so
I will say this. Who would want to take out those who could bring reason, science, data, fact, evidence, and rationality to the whole subject, and say no?
Both sides would take that.
But who the people that they killed, and some have gone in to be safe, not only in this country but in other countries, many other countries. The ones who own the money, the ones who own the root of all that happens on this planet, and that's commerce, and that's those who print the money. They wanted to get this game out in front. They wanted to say, well, look at what we saw on the moon in the 60s. Look at what we just saw now. Look at all these other videos, which don't really tell you much or show you much, because some of that is CGI. what we've done, and some of it is CGI, but some of it is what we've done. And if you're working on that kind of unacknowledged special access program, you're not going to tell Navy and Air Force pilots, oh, by the way, we're doing this. You tell them, the whole world knows.
Yeah.
All right. So they were trying to play a combination of, it's just the idea that this has a 40 to 60% mortality rate.
And they're stealing the news cycle, and they're buying themselves time.
Exactly. Same game, different nonsense.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I'll leave it at this. Okay. Meanwhile, all they try to do is attack the man that represents all that is good that is happening, the president. And they're trying to do, they're trying to do one thing. It was the other last week, another, let's say, yeah, they're not going to stop with that until they're stopped. And that's where we are.
My thing is the podcaster thing, man. Like that's the $1 million question for me. Are they in on it? Is it theater, or are they really turning on him? Do they just not see this level of the game? And which I have a hard time believing they don't. And that's where my mind, I'm like, I can't.
And you're spot on with that. You're spot on with that.
Yeah.
Because we should take a week and let's do that and that alone. And I'll have more information.
I can do that
because there's certain information I don't mind putting out there on them that are doing this.
Okay.
Some of them are being misled.
I know. Yeah.
Some are not. Some are not.
Fair enough.
But we'll do that.
Because
we talked about that last time.
Yeah.
And we never got to it. But yeah, we'll do that.
Let's do something, next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's pen it out and put it on the calendar and not forget.
Yeah. Thanks, Ghost. Stay with me just one moment.
Sure, brother. Yeah.
I thought it'd be cute to have a panel between us because nobody's ever had us on and questioned us like you could. And I don't think there is anybody else who could question us like you do. And everybody's been wanting it. And Tracy said, "Oh my God, we should do it." So I offered it to him, and now he's over saying that he's over on Nino, and somebody just sent me a link, and they're saying we're there. Yep. So he's doing a Nino thing right now.
We're live. Here we go. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Here once again with Sheila Holm. And we're going to be talking about Cuba today. So President Trump has said that Cuba will be next. And we're going to talk a little bit in depth about that. We got some videos to share with you. Thanks for joining us again, Sheila.
It's good to be with you. These are exciting times. We've been waiting for this. We've been asking, expose, reveal, reveal. And now, guys, we're going to focus on our neighbors. They had us on the other side of the world our whole life. Nothing getting taken care of on this side. But now, a century later, we're going to get it taken care of.
Very good. Yeah, so I think that, over time, we're going to look back at this. We're going to see this is the way it had to happen. I think, President Trump basically goes in and he does a strike like he did in Venezuela. And then he pulls back and sees how everything, pans out. If everybody does the right thing like he plans or like the, good guys are planning. Same thing with just recently Iran basically threatening the regime. We're going to take you down if you don't. But I guess we're going to do a lot of executions. So supposedly they backed off. We have a aircraft carrier that's steaming in there, should be there in a few days. He just said, I think today, that regime needs to be replaced. And so that's coming. But I think like you, Cuba is really front and center.
It is what's next. And we couldn't do any of this. We couldn't do Venezuela. We couldn't do Colombia. We couldn't do Mexico. All of this has been a problem since the Spanish-American War. And that's why the man in the arena, Theodore Roosevelt, that's why if we can go into that, because nothing has improved over the last century with our own neighbors. We've been spending all of our time, they've been sending us to wars all over the world on the other side of the other hemisphere. And there we are over there doing all of that. And our own hemisphere has been in trouble the whole time. And that's what is going to be fun to get into tonight, because it'll help gain an understanding of why Greenland, why Canada, why Mexico, why Cuba, why Venezuela, why Colombia. It's all the heart of where we have to be right now. We have to unite together.
Yeah. And it is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. And there's a video that basically goes through this. Very, very nice. But yeah, the man in the arena, this is Theodore Roosevelt. He was at, he was in Cuba. He was San Juan Hill.
So do we have a moment to bring up that video, The Man in the Arena, to give an understanding of what it's like to sit right in the arena and be the one that everyone's trying to destroy when you're trying to help everyone?
Yeah, let's see. I think it's this one right here. That's beautiful. Dan Scavino, he's very good. Very good at pointing some stuff out that's very relevant. It's kind of like an undercurrent, but he points stuff out and it's magnificent.
Mm-hmm. Well, and in mentioning Cuba, if we flip back exactly a century ago, we were in the Spanish-American War.
Yep.
And it was all resolved with the Treaty de Hidalgo. We gave $15 million to get the current border that we have with Mexico. That's never secured. That's never considered to be secured. But do we really know what Woodrow Wilson did a couple decades later? He ends up becoming president. Then he brings in Lamar. This is in my first book, For the Sake of America, and it's in the new book. He brings in Lamar, who's an attorney in Augusta, and they grew up in Augusta, and they were childhood friends. And I've mentioned, and the pictures are in book one of the For the Sake of America. There's only two houses in a whole block, and they're brick houses, and they're next to each other. And the one on the left, as you're looking at it, and I'm pretty sure it's on 7th in Augusta, the one on the left is where Woodrow Wilson was raised, and Attorney Lamar was raised in the one on the right. That's now the meeting area for the historical house of Woodrow Wilson. So both houses are taken up by the Historical Society at this time. So what happened is they were childhood friends, and then Taft, who was he was in the other party, was quote required to come down to Augusta, play golf with Lamar one day, and make a deal with Lamar, who was too sick to be an attorney in Augusta, could not function as an attorney in Augusta, but to appoint him as a Supreme Court justice. Why? The very next year, they were bringing in Woodrow Wilson to be president. And Woodrow Wilson took Lamar and went down to Mexico and renegotiated. What the heck did he do? Where are we at on that? I don't know, but 15 million back in 1898 timeframe when the San Juan Hill, this whole thing is Spanish-American War, Venezuela, Colombia, Panama. I mean, all of this was going on then. And so here we are with the change where we have that land. And I can honestly tell you, for the past 3-4 decades in California, the people from Mexico have been coming up into Los Angeles every weekend and protesting. They've been raising their Mexican flag upright at the top of their antennas or attachments to their vehicles with the American flag underneath upside down. And they've been allowed to do it. Nobody's been stopping them. Nobody's been saying anything. And when asked, because they started La Raza Radio, La Raza is the revolution. They've always felt it's their land. And when I asked them why they were doing this, they said, we want our land back. Does that sound familiar? We want our land back. It's our Panama Canal. It'll always be our Panama Canal. The people want their canal back. Do you see how this pattern is identical? So to think that the president is saying Cuba, he's saying Mexico, he's saying Colombia, he's saying Venezuela, like he wants to take them over, he doesn't. He's trying to settle and help heal what has been a lie for a century. That's what's going on. And so the president talks about Cuba. And where is Gitmo in Cuba? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Where's the Navy base, Guantanamo? Right next to San Juan Hill. If we had not been victorious at San Juan Hill, so Teddy Roosevelt was putting all of his horses and these guys on trains in America, how the heck did he get on barges and everything to go down to Cuba? But they had enough men with the Rough Riders and the 17th Cavalry of New York, and these guys all collected and went down to Cuba and fought it out.
Yeah.
That was the Spanish-American War. Alamo was a Spanish-American War. They found out that the Rough Riders were being trained at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. So where did they go? They went to the Alamo. Where's the Alamo? San Antonio. This battle was going on from 1896-7. It got hot and heavy, and San Juan, I think, was captured and victorious in 1898, but they weren't capturing it for America. They were bringing them the truth. This is where we're really at. And you don't own any part of America, and you don't own any part of of Cuba doesn't own Mexico. Mexico doesn't own America. Nobody owns anybody else's land. And do you know to this day, if you look up that base in Guantanamo, do you know that the reports from the media are still that America has stolen land from Cuba to put in a base? We have paid lease on that property since 1903.
Wow.
Nothing has ever changed. That agreement has never changed. It was written as an ongoing renewal of a lease. We've never tried to buy it. We don't say we own it. It's not our land. This is not how America has operated, even with the evil people in charge. And so that land is ours, that base is ours, but these are our neighbors, Canada, Greenland, all of these. And this is a heart around Panama Canal. Can you imagine if we hadn't resecured the Panama Canal to start clearing that up and then clear up these areas? Because the ones taking advantage of these countries are the ones coming in through that canal and destroying these countries, taking them down so that they're so poor that people have nothing. In all of these, Mexico, they have nothing. Cuba has nothing. Venezuela has nothing. Colombia has nothing. And I remember it was in the latter part of the 1990s, when the rose industry in San Diego, California was being destroyed. I'm like, how can they destroy the flower industry in America? They were coming in from Colombia with long stem roses at Walmart for cheaper than our guys could sell the long stem roses in any store. So people were buying the cheaper long stem roses. What came in with those roses? Because just this week, they captured a huge 18-wheeler that had Colombian bricks of cocaine. That's the only way these countries could make their money, because they were controlled by other countries. But we weren't taking care of them. We were fighting wars on the other side of the world, in the other hemisphere. If you look at what President Trump's doing, he's restructuring and capturing the truth and helping heal every one of these nations, from Greenland to Canada because they've all been taken over. We've been taken over. And so when he realized everybody's pattern is the same, we've had a gift in that the Pilgrims gave us the covenant with the Lord and kept America as a faith-based country as much as we could, but we didn't have liberty and we didn't have freedom. And now we realize nobody's had liberty and freedom because we've all been taken over. The same pattern through all of these countries. That's what the 45 points are about. And that's why at the bottom of the book, it says not just to save souls, save America, but save the world. It's the same pattern with every country. But the people in Europe know what they're doing. And that's why we go and we tear up their countries in war, and then we rebuild them. And we haven't rebuilt anything in America. Cuba hasn't been able to rebuild anything. Venezuela, Colombia, they haven't been able to rebuild anything. Mexico can't rebuild anything. If you see how they're living in their houses and etc., San Diegans were warned, and the military was told long, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago, don't go across that border. Don't be over there. We're not going to come and get you. That's how bad it was. And we weren't doing anything to resolve it. So God bless President Trump. He's willing to be that man who'll stand for each of us so we can heal in these areas. Can you imagine if we were at peace with Mexico and that they had enough money and they didn't have to deal in drugs and have these cartel gangs? And Venezuela, that's where these gangs came from. Colombia, that's where the gangs came from. We brought in the guys from after Vietnam. What did we have in California? We didn't know how to deal with the Asian gangs. Our police were like, who are these guys and how are they operating? So it's not just cultures coming into our country and destroying us. These gangs have their own techniques. They have their own processing. And when you're in the law enforcement process, you can't even handle it. And the only way the elite will handle and protect the law enforcement is if they cooperate with the elite to bring in these gangs. I mean, I'm trying to help us see from a 40,000-foot view, we got a mess. And President Trump is willing to put his name on it and clean up the whole mess. And so Cuba, the Rough Riders, do you know that it was so victorious at San Juan Hill, which protected Guantanamo, which is where our base is to this day for the Navy? That Guantanamo area being saved was so popular. That's how Theodore Roosevelt, the minute he came back on the land in America, they immediately voted him in as the governor of New York. He went right from that to being the president of America. And he said, America is it's not the government. It's you and me. You and me. We're the government. There's not some government and then the people. We're all it. We work together to get this nation where it needs to be. And he kept saying that and fighting for that. And he was trying to warn the people because he knew that if you go out in the arena and you become that guy, you're the one's going to get beat up all the time. And
Yeah.
that's how we became a silent majority in this country.
This is great, and this is the kind of reporting that we need. We need to get back to, because during that time frame, William Randolph Hearst, who's been given a bad name, I believe, was actually reporting what was going on, and it was getting twisted, still twisted to this day. So he supported, going down there and cleaning up the mess of Spanish, taking over. Now it's just basically degenerated back to what happened with the Spanish, controlling and manipulating the Cubans. So yeah, I think it's great that we're going to go in there and a rescue mission and save them from this evil group that's taken over. Same thing in Mexico, same thing in Colombia, same thing. Like you're saying, this is brilliant. It's a brilliant plan, but trying to get this message across from this evil press is very difficult.
Well, I put out this last week. It was more than a little over a week ago now, the anniversary of Lake and Riley. And that they've sent the picture out. So I completely retweeted it and put a note on, and I said, say her name in capital letters. As soon as I did that, someone gave me the picture of the woman who used her vehicle to attack an ICE agent in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. And so because they came out with her picture, I put that out and said, how is it that the news is going to say, well, she didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. She didn't drive over him. She didn't drive over his body. And they just kept repeating it and repeating it and repeating it. So from putting it out, one of my followers went out and found her rap sheet and brought the rap sheet up on Twitter. And so I retweeted that. I don't know if you can find that tonight, but I retweeted that. And they never say who these people are. And then because I retweeted that, someone else had information. So I had to retweet that. They found the group that she's in that is out there teaching people in America. We're funding it through some program. They're getting money. We're funding how they can protest against, attack, and ram their vehicles. They're told what to do. And then there was a video that just came out late last night where the guy wouldn't stop his engine, backed in and rammed the vehicle with the back end of his car, and then raced forward and rammed the front of his car into another vehicle in front of him. They're taught to do these exact things, and we're paying for it with our tax money through some organizational structure. I mean, it's just, but the upset of the people, they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand the battle. They don't understand what it's going to take for us to gain our country because they think it's a great country and you people don't understand. And it is a great country, but we are not free. We've never been free. We've never been independent at all. And that's what we're trying to gain. And it's a big process to gain it. But to gain it and still have the people in Mexico feel we stole their land. And now Cuba's still saying we stole their land and all we've done is lease some property for Guantanamo base. That's all we've done. And they say we stole the Guantanamo base property. We didn't steal anything. But see, if they keep lying and repeating the lies, then you start thinking, and that's why they say death to America, is because there are people using American money to do this, but it's not the people who are fighting to save countries in this world and to bring us to peace, like the president, and get the job done.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. So yeah, and your Nation Restored, really good stuff. I like the one with looks like Patton, and it's got is that
that's the old Donald Trump, isn't it?
It's Trump, looking like Patton. Oh, that's fantastic.
Because there's still a question: is he the son of Patton? And everybody wonders why. Well, the girlfriend, the young girlfriend of Patton, they said was having a baby, but she was ill from the war, and I don't know if she lived much longer. I don't know the details, the dates, or anything. So it was just fun today to put the one out of Patton because he's in the snow, which they said is going to be. We're going to have ice, like ice age, the next few days across the country.
Yeah,
and this one just came out today.
This is great. I think he's a son of Patton. I know what you're talking
Mm-hmm.
about.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, there's a lot of stuff to point to that, like you're talking about. So
Mm-hmm.
there, and if because he's got like, I guess he got like Patton's dog, the same type of dog, and he named it. I don't know if he named it Patton or something, but there's a lot of similarities between him and you know, General Patton, and he
Mm-hmm.
talked about him all the time. He's like
Mm-hmm.
you know, so it's very very interesting. So yeah, so here he is. He's trying to do, you know, what he did or tried to bring to light back during the at the end of the Second War, that there was this group that seemed to be, you know, sabotaging us. I think he was trying to get that information out, and they because
Mm-hmm.
he was going to reveal, like we're doing
Mm-hmm.
right now.
Mm-hmm. And the child was a baby. And when you look at the date of his birth, anyway, and going to a military academy, nobody else in that family went to a military academy.
Hmm.
Nobody knew what the battle was. There isn't anybody in his family who even spoke like this. His sister was an extremely liberal judge, remember? She was completely on the other side of who he is. The niece is completely on, they're all on the other side of who he is. So they don't know the truth that he knows. They aren't seeking the truth that he knows.
Yeah.
But they were raised with a completely different ideology and structure of their lives. It's been a very, very interesting process. And Venezuela, last time we were together, we were talking about Maria Machado being extradited out of Venezuela ahead of time. It was several days in front of what happened with Maduro. So I also put out on on Twitter the picture. Did you see what just happened? I think it was on Thursday, where she was at the White House and she gave her peace prize. And isn't it interesting? How
Hey,
could somebody
President
in
Trump. That's what I
Venezuela
heard. Yeah.
who won the election and not Maduro, Maduro didn't win the election. She won the election and wins the peace prize. And so I'm really thinking the White Hats, because the elites only give the prizes to the elites, and she wouldn't have been an elite for winning over Maduro. So she gets a peace prize, but she brings it to the White House. She is in America, but she brings it to the White House, the president, and gives him the peace prize because she's so honored and respects him so much for what he's doing to help Venezuela. And that what the media is saying, he wanted it to have more oil reserves than Saudi Arabia. He wants to be the king of everything. He wants to be the president like of Venezuela. That's the farthest from me. That's not even, he said, I'm going to have our guys come down and we're going to do it and we're not going to charge you, because those same companies let those go. Because one was mentioning how this, he knows the oil industry better than I do, and he went through the whole process. If you shut down the lines and you aren't bringing out the oil anymore out of the ground, everything stops. And you know how they say prime the pump, just as a water well, you got to prime the pump to get the water to figure out that it's supposed to come. Well, you can't really do that with an oil well. With an oil well, you got to pretty much start over. And that equipment is so old and so bad. But because those companies did what they did, he's having those companies, Chevron and Enron, he's having them go back. And now they're going to fix it. They're going to give them the new equipment. They're going to revise everything. They're going to get everything so that they can be prosperous again. So that's why I put out a tweet that if people could just listen to his words, he's saying exactly what he's going to do. And he said, what we're going to do is I'm going to stay with him. We're going to help them until they're stable again and prosperous again, because I want the people to be able to be prosperous and return home to Venezuela and live a good life. And that's all he's offering to do, but he's offering to do that out of his heart. He isn't charging us for what he's doing. And yet what happened on the media? He turned his back on America to help Venezuela. So you think he's facing South America and he's got his back on America? That's not even what happened. I mean, it isn't even in the conversation. It isn't a single word that he's been saying. He made it very, very clear. We're going to go down and we're going to fix those wells. These are the companies that are going to go fix it. We're going to get that handled because they can't afford anything. They've been stolen from. And so we're going to go do this and get them set back up again, and I'll help them until they're stable. And he knew that people are with Maria Machado. Her win was it was a Trump win in Venezuela. And they flipped it and gave it back to Maduro. Maduro and Chavez have been running that country for more than 25 years, guys. It's been a complete travesty. And so if she's willing to put herself in the arena and make it happen and win, then the people are behind her. They see what she wants to do and they're celebrating wanting her to do it. But she's not going to be able to counter everything if she doesn't have Trump and our military with her. And that's what he's offering. We're going to stay with her until and with them until their whole leadership team is stable and the country's going to be fine and not taken advantage of the way that, because Chavez and Maduro signed the agreements and they allowed all this to happen to their countries. But it's just like Woodrow Wilson. He said, guys, I sacrificed my family. In order to save my family, I sacrificed my whole nation. And now here, back to Woodrow Wilson and Lamar, the attorney. Once they made him the Supreme Court justice, what did they do? They set up the League of Nations. It became the UN. They went down to Mexico and redid a treaty. Where's that treaty? What agreements did they make? Because Treaty de Hidalgo gave us the land and we paid 15 million to Mexico. So who got the money? You see what I mean? We don't realize how this battle has never ended with Mexico. It's never ended with Cuba. They stole from us. They stole from us. We fought and won the battles and we paid the money and it's ours. It hasn't been secured because there's people paying them to come up to Los Angeles for decades and support that La Raza radio. La Cucuy, C-U-C-U-Y, C-A-C-U-Y. It means the boogeyman. And everybody in Mexico is scared of that name, La Cucuy. And so they were scared of this guy. He was the anchor to the programs. And he was he's very charismatic, kind of like and I put the picture in the books. If you look at Stalin when he was so charismatic and got everyone following him, and he had a lot of great hair and he looked really good and he was like 30 years old. That's what they do. They come in, they look really good, they have a good story. That's what they do. They were wrapping the Amtrak trains in California going up and down the coast, telling the people to revolt. And that included all the migrant farmers in all the strawberry fields, et cetera, onion fields, et cetera, going up the coast. So they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. La Raza being the revolution, name of the station. And people were donating and helping and fundraising for it, thinking the Spanish people needed a separate station, Spanish speaking people in America, to get involved and create a revolution against what? America. Because they think we stole the land. And I'm not kidding. When you look up San Juan Hill, and go ahead, I'm just saying, do your own research. Guantanamo Bay, Guantanamo Base, Gitmo, all of those things wouldn't even be possible if the Rough Riders, the cavalry had not loaded up their horses, gone on barges or whatever to get down there to Cuba and calm these things down. But the thing is, once that's done, it's done. And people said, well, there haven't been any uprisings, Sheila. Yeah, there are. There are. When you have decades of people with the Mexican flag up right side up and American flag underneath it upside down, you got a revolution on your hands.
Yeah, even the Rough Riders, I think they paid their way. The American military didn't have the wherewithal to move people, so they pretty much funded themselves. A lot of people don't know that. Now the Iranian Revolution, if you go back to that, you're talking about how these Islamics, fundamentalists are basically starting to, they're trying to take over the world, or they're being used, I think, by this cabal, as useful idiots, unfortunately. Just like the, Hitler used the brown shirts, and once he got in power, that's what they're doing with these Islamists. So once they get in control, they rule by, iron fist. The Iranians were in, Venezuela. The Cubans were in Venezuela. The Chinese were in Venezuela. So all of these very evil governments were in Venezuela, and President Trump has cleaned that out, or it's being cleaned out. So this is going to be very, monumental for the rest of the world. So, you have these other governments. I think the Iranian government is probably going to collapse here pretty soon with the help of the United States. And China is still going to be in power. China is still a threat. China has a lot of silver. Silver's going crazy. We need silver for the future because all of the high tech stuff has to have silver these days, batteries and so forth. China's got they've locked it down, and they have a lot of that silver built up. We've been downsizing or using up our silver back stores because of the last 5 years we haven't been producing enough silver. So where is silver? In Mexico, in Peru, high concentrations of silver, and in Venezuela. So not that we're going in to steal it, it's that we're going in instead of having them steal it and then collapse America, the last bastion of goodness in the world, really. We're basically spreading out to basically secure that, take it away from them, and then build our industries to the point where we can share that with the world. And so we'll have, peace throughout the world through strength. And we just saw that in Venezuela. Our military is like unstoppable, untouchable. That was a great display of our military wherewithal. Everything was basically stopped. Their lights went out, their radar went off, their weapon systems went offline. There was like some kind of sonic device that was used to basically got people to their knees. The guys came in, they're like extremely well trained. They took out everybody that was a threat, got Maduro, and boom, he's here in the United States now. Now everyone's looking at that going, holy moly, what do these guys have? We got the wherewithal. Like Trump just said recently, the only thing that's keeping me back from basically taking over the world right now is my morals. Right. So and maybe not exactly like that, but pretty much like that. So we could go in and take over the world and be like the Hitlers or the Khomeinis or whoever is a bad guy, but we're going to do this, and we're going to do it in a very beautiful, positive way.
Every nation, sovereign soil, sovereign people, on their own nation, thriving, flourishing, and we all help each other around the world, around the globe. Right. I don't know that it's a globe, but anyway, around the world, to the four corners of the earth. I'll say to the four corners of the earth and just leave it there.
Yeah.
So, but where we're at is that the people haven't had a chance, and because Trump came in, we're not realizing we were out of chances. Yeah. We were out of chances. They were done with us. And that's their number 20. And their power number is 19. So everything started in 29. That's why it's CV19. That's not just that. And the same ingredients are in the bioweapon that they got the patent on 110 of 2017. And if I hadn't lived through the targeting of Linwood, I wouldn't have been able to find it. But because I lived through and I know the stuff that they put in me by whatever means they had, EMF was some of it. They feel drone attachments were some of it. But when I saw Russ Dizdar video, I saw him hit twice. Now, Scott McKay knew as I was leaving, and I had that picture taken as I was leaving the Linwood event. He said, Sheila, you were already hit. You were already sick. Look at your eyes. And I never noticed it until Scott McKay told me, look back at your picture, Sheila, you were already hit. But I actually saw Russ Dizdar's body react to the hit. But that's what they wanted. That was Vietnam. I mean, I already told you guys I was a human resources director, and I helped for a year a Blue Shield to try and keep the contract for the military or for the Champus, and we couldn't keep it. The contract went to South Carolina, but I was there for a 1-year contract to get it resolved or close it out. And I met this guy, older guy. He either had 3 guys with him or there were only 3 guys that went. And President Kennedy sent them over to Vietnam to see what was going on. He wanted a true report. And they came back and they said, sir, it's a civil war. Stay out of it, get our guys out of it. Nobody knew that we were already over there for several years. This wasn't brand new in the 60s when he came in. He wanted to end it because he didn't want wars, just like President Trump. And so they said, you got to get out of it. It's a civil war, get out of it. And then as they were taking the coffin back to DC that night, the new President Johnson was sworn in, and he signed us right back into Vietnam, and he canceled the executive order on silver. Those are the two main things that I know happened immediately at that time, and that's in my books. But because of the research, but I don't know all the other things they changed. But he changed the conversation about separation of church and state, because that's a joke, because they put the churches under the state in 501c3, and so you're state owned. And so if you take all the money of the people and you build buildings and everything else, if something happens to you, that building doesn't belong to any of the people in the community. It belongs to the government. And people don't understand this. And when they write to me and say, you're not going to believe what just happened, our pastor left, nobody wants to become a pastor, and now the government shut down the church and locked it up. Well, how can they do that? And I said, because 501c3 is state owned.
Yeah.
It's in the documentation. You're not free.
So many things about the JFK assassination. He had said that he was going to like break the CIA up in 1,000 pieces. He basically they wanted him to do Operation Northwoods, which was the Cubans basically crashing planes into skyscrapers in New York. And he says, I'm not going to do that. What are you talking about? And so, of course, in 9/11, that happened. So they just dusted that off and brought it back and got us into a long, drawn-out war against the terrorists, which, you know, they had to do something because the Soviet Union was gone. There was no threats anymore. And so they had to create one, and that's what they did. It's from Reagan, I think, all the way up to President Trump. In that middle time period, we had one bad president after another. The Bushes, the Clintons, Obamas, on and on and on. So all of them are horrible, deep state puppets.
Well, on purpose. It was 41. Hard to call him Bush because he's sheriff, but on 41, I'll just call him a number. 41 was actually in charge of the team. He had been, he was the shortest director, I think, ever in the history of the CIA.
Yeah.
And of course, Robert David Steele, I think I sent you that quick video. Robert David Steele confirmed there's 7 different divisions of the CIA, and the divisions don't know the other divisions. So it's not just CIA. It's CIA torture unit, CIA unit. And there's 7 different units, and they're independent. So you don't get to know the other ones. You're picked for whichever one you're going to be in, and that's the only one you know about. And you think that's the whole CIA. And so he explained that, and that's why Kennedy knew this from Eisenhower, and that's why he said, I want to break it into 1,000 pieces and send it on to the winds, and to the 4 corners of the earth. That's where it would end up. But Bush 41, number 41 president, was in charge of the team. The 3 guys, the guy with the guns, the guy doing the sniper shots, all of these guys were part of the team, and they all gave deathbed confessions to their children. And those have always been on YouTube and available to be seen, because their children wanted them to be able to clean separate from what they had to live through by realizing what they were involved in. And it was 41 who said, yeah, I think I was in Texas that day, but I think I was over in Houston. Like he didn't know where he was and didn't know what happened. And this is in the new book, there's a debriefing that happened the very next day. And the debriefing was done by J. Edgar Hoover, and the only one he debriefed was 41 president.
Oh, yeah.
So, and you can see there's not an adoption there. That is absolutely the dad and the son. But the dad met with the 2 Kennedy brothers, the president and the attorney general, Robert F. Kennedy, and got his industrial money back from Germany effort and selling. He was selling all of Tesla's information. He was an assistant to Tesla, and Tesla knew he was an illegal in America and said that, why am I, with this one? But everything's planned, everything's positioned. And then it was 43, the son of 41, who took us through 9/11 and was at a school that day flying paper planes. And I mean, they're just kind of mesmerized about it. And then in 2003, he was on an aircraft carrier out with us in San Diego saying that we had won the war, and he was celebrating with the guys. And that's why the president said 15 years later in 2018, when he fed the guys for Christmas, and said, why are you still here if you've already been victorious in this area of the country, of the world? And they said, sir, we're just following orders. So I'm really grateful for this, Jacob, because we're able to talk about all the layers, because until you understand there's a lot of layers, until you start to understand how they connect, Because to keep saying, I think President Trump should be more involved in what's happening in America. He's breaking up the Federal Reserve. He's
yeah.
eliminating the taxes step by step. He's correcting the errors in the Constitution that were added that never should have been added. And next thing you know, and he's already talking about limiting how long they can be in service in the House and the Senate, because the Senate became 6 years and the House became 4 years, and every one of those positions were 2-year terms. There was no midterm election. Every 2 years we had an election so we could get rid of the ones that needed to be out. And that's why they had to control and position them according to Charles Joseph Bonaparte. We have a merit-based system to select those who have the opportunity to be in a position in our government. They're choosing them, and we didn't know. And even though I say it, they go, "What do you mean they choose them? A merit-based system?" And because we're not part of the club. So the things that are happening are in secret, and that's why Kennedy said everything that's secret is repugnant. So,
yeah. So everything's
but
being
I don't know if
revealed
we can
now.
pull up the picture. Yeah. Yeah. And on Twitter, I don't know if we can pull up that picture. It's the president receiving, and I love what's behind him, because people go, "What do you mean what's behind him?" It was a wall. And I go, "Okay, if you think it was a wall, it was a wall." But he received the Peace Prize from her, and behind him was the Declaration.
That's in Nation
The signed,
Restoration.
all the signers. The John Hancock names are at the top. The what?
That's in the Nation's Restoration.
It's a picture. Yeah, and it's a picture of him
Oh, I got it. I see it with Machado.
holding the Peace Prize that he got, I believe, late on Thursday. Uh-huh.
Very good.
But you can tell it's not just a wall.
Yeah.
It's a painting. And the curtain is open. It's been revealed, and it's the Declaration. And you see all the signers at the bottom, and right by his head, and expanding it right by his head is it's John Hancock. You can tell exactly what it is.
Yeah, the biggest one.
And then somebody wrote to me today, and I just wrote back, no, they're thinking all this gold in the White House in Mar-a-Lago is all gold from the gold taken from the Vatican. Let me just clear that up. It's paint. There's a difference between gold paint, gold framing. The gold from the Vatican is actually currency. The gold from the Vatican is actually the gold, part of the gold that was stolen from Fort Knox.
Wow.
And so the Vatican gold, the London gold, because when we went back over the internet, back to the International Monetary Fund, and this was under Woodrow Wilson, I believe, it didn't happen at the time of the corporation, but it did happen by the time we became the Federal Reserve, IRS, everything else that was put in 1913